黑色预选，今天中青赛场共有2场比赛。第一场是11点钟开始的女子单打半决赛，对阵的双方是来自中国的尤小迪和来自中国的张帅。随后紧跟前场进行的是男子单打半决赛，对阵的双方是来自中国的朱发军和来自泰国的萨维奇。随后紧跟前场进行的是女子双打的决赛。对阵的双方是来自泰国的藤堂回回和来自中国台北的陶山颖组合，以及来自中国的康欣慧郑武双组合。最后进行的是男子双打的决赛，对阵的双方是印度组合纳顿长岩妥拉上次组合和来自日本的渡边胜太柚木武组合。欢迎各位届时关注。
Today there will be 4 matches held on the center court. The first match will start at 11 a.m. featuring women's single semi-final, Liu Xiaodi from China versus Zhang Shuai from China, and followed by men's single semi-final, Deng Fajing from China versus Cassidy Cameron from Thailand, and followed by women's single, women's double finals, Pintan English from Thailand, and Xia Yitao from Chinese Taipei versus Tang Tianhui from China and Deng Zhuang from China, and followed by men's double finals, Jivan Sherry and DJ Sanyal Kaushal from India versus Seitai Watanabe and Takeru Yuzuki from Japan.
好，好，
各位球迷朋友、观众朋友，大家好。我们现在呢是在四川国际网球中心，为大家带来2025澳大利亚网球公开赛亚太区的外卡赛。
好，那么今天在中心球场的第一场比赛是女子单打的半决赛。好，张帅对阵尤小迪。
OK。
女士们、先生们，2025
我是广东广播电视台的解说员刘全。今天呢，我的搭档呢是我们年轻的网球评论员杨邦胜。
观众朋友们，大家好，我是杨邦胜，很高兴和刘老师一起在川头国际网球中心来分享今天的比赛。
今天是本次比赛的倒数第2个比赛日，在中心球场，我们将为大家带来4场的精彩的赛事，那么包括2场男女单的半决赛2场呢男女双打的决赛。
对，我们看到字幕上是给出了今天中心球场的比赛安排。接下来的中心球场第一场比赛将会是由张帅对阵尤小迪，而在稍后呢将进行男子的半决赛以及后边的2场双打决赛。本次澳网的外卡赛的冠军选手呢，将获得2025澳大利亚网球公开赛的正赛外卡资格。
对，
因此呢，在今天将会决出2个双打的外卡归属。
对了，今天在中心球场，我们看到有多名的中国选手将会登场亮相，所以今天呢，应该说对我们球迷观众的这种吸引度和期待值也是相当高的你包括在第1场马上直播的是外卡赛的中国德比第2场呢就有我们的 中国男选手孙发晶，著名选手来参加比赛。也包括在女双的决赛当中，一对中国网协的组合和呢我们中国台北的选手啊和泰国的这个组合来进行比赛。啊，只有男双是2对外国选手的较量。我们看到我们著名的老将张帅登场亮相了。他的对手呢是来自广东的选手尤小迪。
好 ，head。
确实啊，张帅这个澳网的正赛的经历很丰富啊，参加了多届澳网的正赛，但是呢，来到即将开始的2025赛季的澳网，那么他已经是缺席澳网2个赛季了，所以看看能不能通过外卡赛啊，这位35岁的老将啊，再次能挺进到我们的澳网的正赛当中。
哎，屏幕上这一位就是我们非常熟悉的张帅。那么张帅在本赛季呢，可以说是收了一个豹尾，在中网的比赛当中啊，非常可以说是爆出了一个冷门，在本赛季实现了强势的反弹，是打进了中网的8强，也是追平了个人在中网的最佳战绩。
大家都知道啊，中网呢是这个最高级别的巡回赛，1000分的大赛，所以啊，几个月前的这个表现，当时呢是让这个北京的现场大家呢热血沸腾啊。
是的，屏幕上这一位呢就是今天张帅的对手尤小迪。尤小迪目前的排名呢是第305位，他的身高是1.75米，年龄是28岁。他是一位右手持拍的选手，持右手双反的比赛风格。那么尤小迪呢，其实也是一位来自广东的选手，也是曾经非常有潜力的一位小花。
对。现在在单打方面啊，我们的中网协的选手最高的排名的选手。
Yes, like that. Stay on the Shuai bench, 6 play, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and lose this graphic. Thank you. 5 will be next, and on 5, slowly push.
Deuce. Advantage, jump. Game, jump. First game. Zhang Shuai to serve. Fifteen love. Thirty love. Forty love. $40-15. $40-30. Game. Jump. John is 2 games to love. 15. Thirty, 15. Forty, 15. Game nil. John leads 2 games to 1. Johnny. Fifteen love. Fifteen. 30-15. They're two. 40-30. Game, jump. Jannik, 3 games to 1. Love 15. $30-15. $30. Oh! 40-30. Game. Yo. Jannik, 3 games to 2. Time. $15 love. 15 all.
Oh!
30-15. Fault.
视线，可能举错，但是他喊 out 了。
如果球是在那一侧的话，他怎么会举那边的手呢？
他举错，他喊 out 了。
他喊 out 了，但是这个球他为什么举那边的手？是因为球在打起来。
他举错手，你说的对。
但是这个球是什么球？不可能，为什么小迪往那边准备去呢？为什么往那边走呢？
他确实是心思方向了，但是他可能是错。
但是你的一个举错的方向，这个不能解释这个球是好球的事实啊。这个球是压在线上呀。
我看那个是这个，所以我也喊。
但是如果您错了呢，那我们的努力全都白费了。怎么可能？现在这边的出界，他举这边的手呢？
你说对。
对吗？而且2次，如果当时只是当时的一个反应，他举错了，那么我们现在说这球是什么球，他还是说的是这一侧。那这一侧，那球在哪一侧？
这点你是对的，他确实伸错手了，但是他看了手了。
那我也有维护我自己的权利，对吗？但这球是好球。但是这球好球是40-15，现在被您们来30-15的二发，为什么呢？我可以继续打，但是在前面2场比赛也有丝线交错的时候，但是您作为主裁坐在这里就是纠正他的错误的判罚，而不是所有的都是跟随丝线叫什么就是什么。反胜。
40-15. Game, Jannik is 4 games to 2. Left, second serve. Love 15. Love 30.
One next. Four next. Five next. Maybe shady six a bit. Yeah, thank you, Shader. One next. One. Five next. Yeah, far side. Two next. Two. One next. Always go on the other side when you can. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh, four. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but it was very bright, very bright, very bright, very bright. I think Shader, we need to keep an eye live, like live shading. Five next, five. This was very bright. We couldn't see the ball bouncing. Umpire on two. Two next, two. Four next, four. One. Oh no. Oh, two next, two. Three next. Three. Far side two. Far side five. Two next. Two. Mm-mm. Yeah, maybe. It's someone on the crowd. Stay there, five. Five next, five. One next. One. Out. Four. Far side two. Far side five. Mid shot. One next. Out. Three. Two next. Two. One next. Lovely. One. Four next, four. Two next. Lose the graphic. Two next, two. Six next. Lose the graphic. Six next. Six next. And on six. And animate the score. Thank you. And three, two, one. Take your break and lose the graphic. Thank you. Lovely on five. I'll take five. Five will be next. Five next. And on five, spin around six, please. Some colors on two, thank you. Two next. Two. Five next. And on five, pull out five. Stay there, six. Six next. Six. Far side. Five next. On five, clear six, thank you. Four next. And animate. And lose it, thank you. One next. Nice on two. Second serve. Animate. Oh, three. On three. Two next. Two. One next. One. Four next.
Fabio, non devi dire che se non controlli
Yeah, I have. Shady. We need to close 2 on the near side, please, because we need to see the ball. But that's why I didn't roll the replay before, Emma, because we couldn't see it. Four. She's so quick, eh? Nice on 5. 1, 2, next. 2. Yo. 4, umpire on 2. 2 next. 2. 4 next. 4. 1 next. 1. 4 next. 4. 2 next. 2. 3 next. 3. 1 next. Oh, really? 4. Face on 2 far side. Very tight when she turns. 2 next. 2 next.
决，然后在张帅的发球局去拼一下。像刚才这种机会球啊，应该把握住的。好球！话音刚落，这边尤小迪一记高质量的正手斜线的制胜分，带出2个局点。
其实我看尤小迪的这个球啊，我有一个想法啊，就是他这个球在红土地上。
3 next. 3. 2 next. 2. 6 next. 6. Animate score. Thank you. Pull out 6. And lose the graphic. Thank you. 5 next. 5 next. On 5. Spin around 6, please. Thank you.
节的给大家一个很精彩的一个展示，网球的技战术。
第一盘比赛呢耗时41分钟，张帅是以1个破发局的优势拿下。其实，正如刚才刘老师所说的一样，第一盘比赛张帅非常稳健。首先在于他自己发球局上的把握，几乎是没有给尤小迪任何机会。其次在于呢，在开局的对手。
Six next. On 6, stand by red, please. And roll. Any blue? Yes. Blue next. And roll. Stand by, coming out on 6, please. Man, the
于是先生在比赛中安静，不要随意走动，同时注意身体卫生，及时带走身边的垃圾。比赛开始后，请您保持安静，不要在球员发球时发出声音，以免影响球员比赛。1分未完时，请不要喧哗喝彩，只有在比赛结束后，方给球员鼓掌加油。在左手期间，请您不要随意移动，一发和二发之间不要过于打扰。谢谢您的作用。优秀先生，祝你观赛愉快。
Love 40. Game, jump. First game, second set.
Oh!
15 love. Thirty love. Thirty 15. Forty 15. Forty 30. Game, jump. Jump is 2 games to love. Love 15. 15-13.
Oh.
15-14.
One next. Thanks. Out. 4 next, 4. Far side 2, please. Stand by 6. 2 next, 2. 6 next. On 6. Animate the score. Thank you. Lose the graphic. Thank you. Nice.
Time. 15 love.
Oh!
15-13. Jill. 30-14. 50 love. Thirty love. Game, yo. John leads 3 games to 2. Done. Love 15. $15. $15-13. $30. $30-14. Deuce. Advantage. Jump. Deuce. Advantage. Jump. Game jump. New balls please. 换球谢谢。Jump is 4 games to 2. Fifteen love. Fifteen all. Fifteen, 13. Oh! 15-14. Oh! 30-14. Ball. Deuce. Advantage, jump. Deuce. Advantage, yo. Deuce. Advantage, jump. Deuce. Advantage, yo. Game, yo. Zhang leads 4 games to 3. Love 15. Love 13. Fifteen, 13. Oh! 15, 14. Thirty, 14. Deuce. advantage, jump. Game, jump. Jump is 5 games to 3. $15 love. $30 love. $30-15. $40-15. $40-13. Left for serve. Deuce. Advantage, jump. Gain, set match, jump. 2 sets to love, 6-4, 6-3.
女生先看到马场身上的表现。
Not sure if they were congratulatory or not, but that's brilliant. And she was annoyed throughout, but it's fair to say she'll be pretty happy to get through that in straight sets. Betty Sekulovsky.
Zhang Shui was very dominant throughout that whole match. She had her moments where she lost a little bit of momentum. Opponent stepped it up, was able to play with a little bit more intensity, but just in those crucial moments, she was just rock solid and returned extremely well, served accurately. What you'd expect from someone of her caliber.
The scorecard will say 6-4, 6-3, but she didn't have it all her own way. The second set could have gone a number of different directions, especially at that 4-2 game or 4-3 game, saving a break point. Could have been 4-all. Xiaodi make her way off court, sign a couple of autographs. She has had a great week as the world number 305. Has peaked at 166, and she'll hope to get back there over the course of the next 52 weeks. But there is Zhang Shui just signing a few more balls, and the 2025 AO Dunlops.
This is a great part of the whole experience, isn't it, as a player, is signing an autograph for your fans. Just
look, they are flocking. Should have signed a few of these over the years. Not as much as Betty, but
lucky if I signed one. They're all calling it out.
All right, let's see the catching skills of the crowd here.
Oh. There's one that went out the gate.
Doesn't look like she's enjoying it too much, Zhang Shui. Let's see where she hits her final one. But it's celebrations aplenty for her. Oh, didn't even make it. That did. Oh, dropped in the crowd. So she is through to the decider, Zhang Shui. She will be quite happy with that. She'll take on either Guo Hanyu, Jung Soo-jong of Korea. Jung, third seed. Winner, of course, go to Melbourne Park and get that prize packet. And there she is with the fans and the panda, of course. Panda's a very big part of this region, and you and I had an opportunity to get out there yesterday and see them.
We did. What an experience that was. Definitely worth doing.
I think doing this with the fan engagement is great. Selfies with the crowd, and it gives the crowd something as well.
Much loved figure here in China, Zhang Shui.
It's have a look at some of the highlights from this morning's contest. Use of the forehand cross-court early was pivotal, wasn't it?
We saw time and time again her love for that forehand cross, and then a few of the drop shots being drawn forward and passing, both women showcasing what they have, their touch. It was almost a game changer in that second set.
Very steely resolve was Zhang in that first set. Backhand drive volleys, sensational.
Let me see there.
And these were the keys, really. Just being able to utilise that backhand down the line.
It was time and time again.
And that was the handshake. And plenty more still to come. Men's singles coming up after this.
From China versus City Separate from Thailand.
second match about to get underway here at the Sichuan International Tennis Centre in Chengdu for the 2025 Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. We've got Zhang Shui through to the final of the women's singles, and we'll find out who is going through to the decider in this first men's singles match of the morning. Cassidy Summeridge of Thailand has already walked out onto court, the 4th seed, and here is the number 1 seed from China, Sun Fajing, 28 years of age. These two will be looking to make their way down to Melbourne Park in January for a nice little springboard into the rest of their season. Val Febo, my name, and joining me once again is Betty Sekulovsky. Betty, welcome back.
Thanks, Val. That was a great match from the women's match, and looking forward to this men's match coming up.
Certainly neither of these two had too much trouble. Yesterday, Cassidy Summeridge, well, it was a long match against Xiao Linang of China, 5-7, 6-4, 6-4, went over 2 hours, but it's been relatively smooth sailing for Sun Fajing, 6-2, 6-1 over Li Wenfu in round 1, and then a walkover yesterday, so didn't have to play, so not sure how rusty that will make him, but he'll be pretty happy as the AirPods go away here for Cassidy Summeridge. Has represented Thailand at Davis Cup level. Both of these two have made a Davis Cup for their countries. As we head to the coin toss. In the middle there, the umpire hitting in the wings. Liang Bao.
Okay. 7 line fire. For Chinese. Any question? Any? Pass, trio. Pass, you three? Yeah. Sir. Take a picture.
To Cassidy Summeridge to serve the 23-year-old from Thailand as we wait for the photos. Pandas have brought an abundance of energy so far.
They definitely put a smile on your face, don't they? They're fantastic mascots.
Unlike the actual animals who don't really do too much from time to time. We saw some wandering yesterday, but generally there are a couple having a nap here at the Chengdu International Tennis Stadium. Number 1 seed against the number 4 seed. Sandwich, 6'3". There's a slightly shorter opponent out there today. This is Cassidy Summeridge of Thailand at 413 in the world. It's at his career high ranking at the moment. So playing career best tennis, 191 centimetres from Bangkok. Coached by his father, Vitaya. He's won 2 team golds at the Southeast Asian Games, so relishes the opportunity to play for Thailand when he does get the chance. We know they've had a lot of great tennis players from that country.
He's done really well in his home country in Thailand, where they have consecutive tournaments on throughout the year and allowing opportunities for Thai players to just not have to leave their home and play a high-density week of tournaments or months. And he seems to have done very, very well throughout the year. In August, winning a couple of he's actually was a finalist in Thammamat and a quarter-finalist a week after, so he's had some really good results.
So Fajing Sun, he is ranked 280th in the world, 178 centimetres at 28 years of age. Also around his career high ranking. Achieved that on the 11th of November, so not too long ago. That was 277. Year to date, or career win-loss, 0 and 2, both at Davis Cup level. Or 1 at Davis Cup level, I should say. Played the ATP event here in 2024, lost 6-7, 7-5, 6-4 to Giovanni Pesci-Perican of France, who has gone on to do bigger and better things, winning the ATP 500 event in Basel. So he's made a pretty good account of himself against some of the very best in the world.
Absolutely. We know Ricard has really put himself on the map as a phenomenal tennis player coming through France, and I think that result in Chengdu would have really given Sun a lot of confidence out here, knowing he can mix it with some of the best up-and-coming players.
So being pretty confident, having only dropped 3 games in his opening round. But Summeridge has had the opportunity to spend a lot of time on this court throughout the week.
Sun, he's played on the ITF Pro Tour for, this is the 11th year, and it just shows you at 28 years of age, he's having his best result, highest ranking, and sometimes it just takes certain athletes longer, and he's just pursuing the career and grinding it out and never knowing when your luck might change. He is a perfect example of someone that's doing extremely well.
Yeah, it does happen, and seen so many wonderful stories on the ATP Tour in recent years. I remember the Dominican Republic's Victor Estrella Burgos. He won his maiden title at the age of 34 in Quito and won that event 3 years running.
Wow.
And you know, Paolo Lorenzi's another one of those from Italy. You know, they have their late blooming careers. John Millman won his maiden ATP title in 2020 and he's very close to 30, so it can happen.
I think it's a great message for players who feel like they have to make it on the tour at such a young age. Sometimes if you're geographically challenged and you don't have a lot of that competition surrounding you, it can be a little bit challenging getting exposure at that level, but it's just wonderful to see the man on our screen, 28 years of age, experiencing some of his best highlights, results so far.
Cassidy Summeridge trying to make his mark as a Thai tennis player. That, you know, that path was paved by Paradorn Srichaphan back in the early 2000s, and some of the women's stars that we've seen, Uksika Kumkum as well, as very handy prospect or very handy player, and Tamarine Tanasagan as well. They've had a couple of players that just haven't been able to kick on like we thought they would. Danai Urumchok, not a bad player, and I think there was Kittipong Wachimaranawong as well.
Yes, they've had quite a few players that definitely been hovering outside that top 100 in the past, and then obviously players of Srichaphan's caliber. What a play he was.
One of the most, or the biggest exponents of flair on a tennis court. Getting ready, and Jing Sun just waiting, taking a couple more drinks. He's got a lot of bottles there. A bit of everything.
Bit of challenge Rafa there.
First set, casting Summeridge. Play. Love 15.
Good start for Sun Fajing, getting to love 30 in the opening service game of Summeridge.
Love 40.
Love 40. Finds himself Summeridge. Both men playing for a important spot in the tournament.
15-14.
Hit that with vigour. 184 out wide. One break point saved. Two break points saved.
30-14.
As you can see on our screen, it's one end of the court, half the court's covered in shade. Still looking into the sun a little bit.
Oh, it's delightful. Sun Fa Jing. A glorious passing shot to break in the opening game. And our second match of the day has started exactly like the first. An opening game break.
I suspect a little bit of nerves there from Samarid's first game. This is that beautiful backhand here up the line. He hit that well. Sometimes be a little bit of a tough gauge of where you're at when you've had a walkover the day before and you come out and you're playing a semi-final.
And sometimes you can come out with a bit of rust and your opponent can come out feeling it a little bit more, having played more recently, but no signs of slowing down.
Sun Fa Jing to serve. Love 50.
Be interested to see the next game when Samarid does serve from that end, how much of a part the sun has to play. Cap is now on front.
On that one there, it was quite a close backhand, right on the line.
I think it was called out. Umpire did confirm that. 15-30.
Backhand exchanges there from both men.
Weather outside at 13 degrees. Still quite cold. Is he going for a little bit too much at the moment, Samarid? He's slapping a lot of them into the net.
Yeah, I mean, it could be his way of just trying to get his nerves out of his system a little bit. Players tend to do that sometimes when they're feeling the nerves. Again, heavy balls, generally on a fast surface. They can play a little bit different once you wear them down. And having the shade, you just don't know what the temperature's like down one end, even though you're moving around. I feel that the temperature would be so different from both ends.
So first look at someone serving from this end of the court. bad at all. What, son?
15 love.
Nice 1-2 there by Samaridge.
13 love.
It's interesting how the men's game, it's at a really interesting time, isn't it, around the world, with Sinner being #1 player in the world and opening, I think since he beat Djokovic, it's opened the door to a lot of these young and up-and-coming players.
Has.
Self-belief that you can beat the top guys at the, like your Djokovic's and Federer being gone, and it's just opening.
Rafa being gone now too.
Exactly.
Quick hold. Cassidy Samaridge, the 4th seed on the board. But it's Sun Fa-Jing, the top seed, leading with a break. 2-1 opening set. And yeah, you're right, Betty. The change in the guard, really, and it has finally happened in men's tennis. It was threatening to for a while, but I think with Alcaraz and Sinner and what they've been able to produce over the last couple of years, and what Carlos especially did to Novak in the Wimbledon final this year, I think that was one of the most impressive displays of tennis I've ever seen.
Well, I think it's creating self-belief that they're not immortal. They can do it, and they can mix it with the best in the world. And I think just starting to see that trend changing has really, you can see, lifted the confidence of the young and Cain next-gen players, and we're seeing some remarkable young talent coming through.
There's the likes of Holger Rune as well coming through, and Arthur Fils from France. Could he be France's next hope? A couple of rackets here from Cassidy Samaridge. I'm not sure where he's taking those, actually. Maybe to the stringers. So opening break, if you've just joined us, Sun Fa-Jing, the top seed, broke in the opening game. Leads 2-1. First set here after 9 minutes.
Game, doesn't he, Samaridge? He's starting to find his way a little bit out here. Big ground strokes off both sides. Beautifully produced.
And you see, if he can harness that, it's going to go a long way in this match. Opportunity here for him. Has a lot of stability off the court as well. Dating his partner Nick for 2 years and coached by his father, so he's got that strong family support. Does Cassidy Samaridge.
Turn that was there by Samaridge. As you can see again, having the long levers. It sometimes be a little bit tricky serving into players that have such long reach. Sometimes getting a really good piece of that return, and what looks like a good serve on your end can sometimes be counter-attacked pretty quickly.
That's monstrous.
Game savage.
And you can tell the crowd aren't too happy about it because they're not clapping at all. They want their Chinese hope to win. But Kasadit Summeridge gets it back to 2-all, and he is firing missiles left, right, and centre.
It was a heavy forehand, wasn't it? You could see off the bounce, rising up on that back wall.
Breaks the love. Both of these two in sensational form. This Thai product has almost split his ranking in half. He's not far away from doing it 6-6-2 at the start of the year and up to 4-13. And the last two events for Sun Fajing have been finals and ITF events in Huzhou and Tiandahu.
What an opening point there. Absolutely magnificent from both men. Just side to side, brawling.
Already a few big gasps for air.
I'm tired watching these guys already, and it's only 2-all.
Yeah, my arms are hurting.
Might take a sip of water.
15-all.
Winner of this will take on either second seed Ryo Noguchi of Japan or Zhang Tianhui of China. That's the other semi-final. All Chinese final would set the crowd alight, that's for sure.
Big
serve out wide, 173. Very smooth service action. Again, having some height. Beaten for pace there, Sun, wasn't he?
40-50.
Ground strokes from Summeridge just piercing through the court.
You feel as though these shorter rallies are going to favour Summeridge a bit, and the longer they go, they are going to favour Sun. That seems like the pattern already.
Summeridge.
Well, the one-shot rallies are certainly going the way of Kasadit Summeridge. He takes the lead for the first time. 3-2 opening set.
你能听到的历史147年，你能看到的历史
So far from both men.
180年。
People watching, I don't think you're aware of. There's a lot of tennis courts around the centre court, isn't there?
There's plenty of them. There's, you know, you could run so many clinics here, couldn't you? There's courts aplenty. There's a couple of big show courts right next to here as well that have that sort of Coliseum effect. They drop down from ground level, which is really cool. Very similar to what we have in Melbourne for Show Court 3 at 1573 Arena.
Yeah, it's a brilliant facility, and right by the courts there is a hotel, making it very convenient for the players to transport themselves back to their rooms. Walking distance.
It's what a 2-minute walk.
What a dream.
Magnificent here at the Sichuan International Tennis Centre. 2025 Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. Val Febo and Betty Sekalovsky with you, and so far we've had an exchange of breaks. At the moment, the fourth seed from Thailand, Kassadin Summeridge, leads 3-2 opening stanza.
Love 15. All. 30-15. Let's second serve. All. 14-13. 3 games. 15. 15 all. 15 15-13. Thirty-all. Forty-30. Deuce. Advantage is Sandwich. Game Sandwich.
Your vote, please.
Sandwich leads 4 games to 3. $15. $15 all. Game Sun, 4 game. Love it. Love 30. Oh! 15-30. TO. $14-30. Deuce. Advantage is Summeridge. Game Summeridge. Summeridge leads 5-4.
你能听到的历史147年，你能看到的历史185年。
Love 50. Love 30. Fifteen 30. Fifteen 40. Game first set, Summridge. 6 games to 4. Time. Second set. Summridge to serve. Oh! 15 low.30了，但是4件给我就。40了。 30. Deuce. Ouch. And Wang Ji-sun. Cain, one game. Give it a point. For me, it's touch line. Let.
Interesting shot choice.
15 I think he almost underestimated that he got to the ball as quick as he did, Sun. Felt like he had a much more aggressive point though. I felt like he had the rally more on his racket there and may need to look to be doing that.
It's sort of starting to lift for him. 15 all. Did see the Australian Open Junior Boys final this year with Ray Sakamoto and Jan Kumstad. Kumstad, big server. Sakamoto, a retriever. Had to problem solve sort of like this.
It can be your worst nightmare as a first-rate player here at Sandridge, who possesses such big ground strokes, to play someone like Sun, who once probably starts to get a little bit more confident and belief. All of a sudden they're covering the court and getting some of your biggest shots back. Almost asking you the question, can you go any bigger?
Now, significant opportunity. And it's what happened in that AO Junior Boys final, and Sakamoto just started to find his rhythm, find his range with the forehand, and wore Kumstad down, went deep into the third, but he got the job done.
First serve coming in handy again, and that's what Djokovic has done for such a long period of time, hasn't it? It's been shrinking the court down for these players and making them feel like they can't get the ball past him for so long. It just begs the player to feel like they have to go for so much more and risk so much more on court.
And again.
Big body serve there.
Must be so frustrating sometimes being out there and your opponent can just serve their way out of trouble. I'd hate to think what people felt when they're playing Ivo Karlovic, someone that had a head-to-head lead against Novak Djokovic.
Advantage Sandridge.
Last 3 points, pretty much one-shot rallies. Cassidy Sandridge serving his way out of trouble.
Great pick up there by Sun. You really needed that. Find a way to keep building some pressure here in this game.
Breakpoint opportunity. Feel as though one break could be all it takes just to change the momentum. Has to get it first though.
Come on.
It's
what does Sun have to do out here?
Brilliant. Does he need to change his return position maybe? Maybe go full Daniel Medvedev and stand at the fence.
Well, I think he's got to give him a different look right now. He's not quite getting it on the serve, and a lot of the men now, the new strategy that's come into play is they're standing a long way back and adopting the Medvedev, as they call it.
Pushed it. To Juice.
It's a little bit dangerous approaching into an opponent's forehand. Just tend to go into the side where they run onto that forehand and with ease can pass pretty comfortably. Almost going back in behind sometimes into the backhand can just create a little bit of an off-balanced passing shot.
Winner. Can someone finally end this game that has gone over 7 minutes?
It's a good play here, forcing Sun back and then getting back in behind him. Beautiful backhand up the line, wasn't it? It's into such a great position with his legs. Nice and low, gets beneath that ball and just gives it a little bit more trajectory over the net, especially as the net is a little higher when you hit the ball down the line. So accounting for that margin for error, she's done so well.
I don't think Summeridge actually sort of read where that return was going to go. It sort of dropped short, head to lunge forward, no pace. And then he does that.
It's quite disheartening. Down the other end, you've just
hit a beauty.
It's taken away from you very quickly.
And he does end the game. Saves 3 break points en route. Cassidy Summeridge continues to find a way through the wall of Sun Fa-Jing. Leads 2-1, second set. Top seed Sun Fa-Jing in trouble, being troubled against the powerhouse Thai's star Cassidy Summeridge. 6-4 to the Thailand prospect in the opening set. He leads 2-1 on serve in the second.
It's consistency. You could see though, Summeridge not really moving out of the centre of the court at all there. Almost what you'd call standing and delivering.
He's delivering some express post.
men's tennis is really doing extremely well, aren't they, at the moment? 3 men inside the top 100.
Zhang Jijian ranked 45th, and then Shang Juncheng won this tournament in Chengdu earlier on this year.
14 love.
50th. And then Bu Yunchao Ketet at 66th in the world. Good hole. Desperately needed one for Sun.
A lot of comfort knowing he can get through his service games that quickly. We talk about high density tournaments, and China seems to have some of the most. They seem to have the tournament on quite regularly throughout the tournament calendar, allowing for players to keep progressing through the rankings and experiences.
Italy has become very similar as well, and there's a lot of tournaments in America, and South America is the same. If you're from sort of Chile, Argentina, Brazil, a lot of tournaments for players. So Uruguay's Diego Forlan, the former footballer, make his pro tennis debut in Montevideo a couple of weeks ago with Federico Coria.
Sunridge here, just a couple of games, just misfiring on a couple of his favourites, being the forehand. Just get the sense if Sun hangs in here a little bit in this match, this could change. Whole racket on that ball that time, really balanced and driving that backhand across his body, taking time away.
Tried to bunt it back. Just bunted down, and all of a sudden, like his previous return game, he gets 15-40.
This is an opportunity to get the crowd involved here. Being a Chinese native, just get everyone involved and get them on your side. It's normally the advantage of being on home soil.
Again, serve being utilised.
I'd like to see him change up his court position here, Sun. Just rock solid, isn't it? Serving the +1 has just come back to haunt Sun. And if you're reading that, that's just so close to the lines and then able to go anywhere with that forehand.
I thought that was over for a second. Another breakpoint opportunity. It's almost, if he does hold, when does it get to a point where it starts to wear Sun down, or does it wear Sun down mentally? Well, doesn't need to worry about it now. The break does come. Sun Fa Jing, the top seed, Loses the first set. He's got a break in the second. 3-2.
147年。
Now the important thing is he's got to think about going out and consolidating and making sure that he maintains a hold on this break, because he had it in the first set, couldn't capitalise.
Well, that was a smart return right there, just chipping that forehand nice and low over the net, drawing Samridge forward. We haven't actually seen Samridge volley too much in this match so far. He's just blistered quite a lot of ground stroke winners from the back of the court, and just asking the question, how comfortable do you feel moving forwards? I think right there was just a smart move. And actually, I think if you look at Federer's record back in the day against Roddick, who used to serve the ball at 220, he used to chip that return in the court quite often and just get involved in the point and just make Andy have to play such difficult shots that he wouldn't normally play. So I think it's just a way of getting your opponent off the baseline.
Yeah, you mentioned that Federer-Roddick head-to-head, and Federer leading that 21-3. Last time they ever met, however, Andy Roddick did get the victory. Miami 2012. Starting to murmur a little louder. Their man is at 40 love, and he's got the break in the second. They want to see a third set.
Well, you wonder if the thought of, I could win this match here, Samridge being a set, and we're obviously very early stages here of the second set, but whether those thoughts creep into your mind.
Does hold. 4-2, consolidates the break. Sun Fa-Jing, the top seed, starting to flex his muscle.
New balls here. Really going to benefit Samridge with his big ball striking and big serves.
The only problem for him is that he has not had a look in on return for the last two occasions. Soon as one to love and then to 15.
Right there, the benefit of a brand new ball, just adding a little bit more punch to the serve. The funny thing with the balls is a lot of players talk about them. The first few games they play extremely fast and then they become quite slow. So it can change the whole entire dynamic of the game halfway through. Great forehand there, just moving the court. Use of the angle. As we see here, just a couple of steps inside the court and just ripping that cross court.
Big serve. After this is women's doubles final, and following that to round out the day, men's doubles. Plenty of tennis still to come on the penultimate day of the 2025 Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. Two right on the line.
Almost lost Sun in the picture there. He was so far out of court. This particular forehand just got pushed so far back behind the Chengdu sign. And then absolutely nails that forehand down the line, Samridge.
That's good.
Correction by the umpire. And that means it's a hold.
So at least 4 games to 3.
Kasadid Samridge keeps it at just one breakdown. But the lead at the moment is with Sun Fa-Jing. 4-3, second set. Is that better? Anything for you, Dave. When haven't we had drama with the umpire today?
Bad with that.
Time.
Well, that music would have pumped both men up.
For sure. I liked how the DJ this morning played Coldplay when it was quite cold.
Just thought it was appropriate.
Yeah, little things in life, eh? Sun to serve 4-3.
Forcing him off the court. So remember, the lines people are just human beings and very difficult to be calling some of these lines out here today.
Yep.
What may look like there's a bit of space.
Oh, it's not an easy job at all.
No.
Brilliant smash. 15 all. It's a big point to win. Made his opponent play those, or play that extra ball. But Sun equal to the challenge.
That's first service.
Managed to neutralise the point really well there.
He's finding a few extra unforced errors through that forehand at the moment, Sun, which he didn't experience very much in the first set. serve down the tee. Just not sure it's advantageous at times. He's getting himself in a little bit of trouble with that one. I'm curious, Val. I think he still may go down the tee here, but
Let's see. Game point for a 5-3 buffer.
Look at Sam Ridge.
Oh. He's not happy at all, Sumridge. And no, that's why, because it has been called out. It was a very delayed call.
You can actually hear the overall there.
首先这个点，就作为我来说，这个点是
对，首先不管这个事实问题，他是先指出界，是资线看到他指出界，资线他喊的，规则是不允许裁判根据他的引导来喊。
对，我没有问题，但作为我来说，这个点是事实问题是错的，所以我做了手势。
没有，你是等他资线出声你才出手势，你说的太晚了。
我已经确定这个会有问题。
Wish we could translate for you, but that from our angle where we are, that did definitely look out.
I think he's saying I'm not very happy with that one.
Let's have a look. I changed my mind. I'm not 100% sure. Either way, it's juice. Both players a bit frustrated, same as this morning, really. Crowd certainly enjoying the fight back here from Sun and what he's been able to do.
And that's the problem right there, isn't it? Serving tee and then it goes straight into your opponent's strength. He's just able to wallop that return and get himself on the front foot.
And this is a massive couple of points here, because for Sumridge, if he can get the break back, you know, despite probably not being in control of this set, he somehow still finds his way to being on serve at 4-all. Could be a big mental blow. Ace there, 10-5, reliably informed. In favour of Sumridge.
He hit that body serve and actually gave himself plenty of time to hit that backhand. I just felt like he kind of hesitated there, maybe unsure about where he was going to direct that next backhand. Back at juice. Makes no mistake on that one. Just took that next backhand very early, and part of it being at this crucial stage of a set is just having the clarity in mind, like this. Beautiful backhand here. Makes easy pickings on this smash. Just having that clarity at this stage of a set is absolutely crucial.
Goes down the tee again, but this time the error comes. 5-3 the lead to Sun Fudging, the top seed. He's one game away. That game went to 3 juices. And another one of his service games has gone to juice this set, but he still hasn't faced a break point. This set, I mean, anyway.
15 love.
This is going to be an important hold here for Samridge. Just to put the pressure back on his opponent. You really want your opponent to serve for it in these situations.
Errors are slowly starting to creep in now.
Just after that big forehand, I mean, most people would have been beaten maybe for that shot, but Sun just putting an extra ball back in court and again asking the question, what can you do with this? When you're playing at someone that's so quick and anticipates well, it just puts so much more added pressure on you having to win the point. Crowd went wild for that one.
I know, you could almost hear a pin drop.
That was a remarkable pickup.
Yeah.
Off the shoelaces.
Look at this again. Ability to keep that direction. So 40-15. Opportunity to make Sun Fa-Jing serve out this match or serve out this set. That's what he'll do. Samridge finding that firepower, making his opponent try and serve out this set and force it to a decider. And Sun Fa-Jing, 5-4, second stanza. So, moment of truth in this second set comes for Sun Fa-Jing, the top seed, looking to force this to a third set. A spot in tomorrow's decider up for grabs. And with that, a spot to play for a place in the main draw at Melbourne Park.
Statement there is, I'm going to be going after my shots no matter what.
Also could be a case of who's more fresh, with Samridge having played a marathon contest yesterday afternoon against Linang Xiao.
Be a tricky one in the sun. He dealt with that one very, very well.
Well, yeah, you could see he had his sort of hands trying to block the sun from his eyes, and you're right, Betty, never easy.
Missing a little bit there, a little bit too much from behind the baseline. Fair way back and almost off balance, trying to really pass that ball.
Set points coming up. Send this to 3. That's where we're going. The top seed, Sun Fa-Jin.
6 games to 4.
He bites back and takes the second set. 6 control over your own game to be able to do that. So I understand that. I don't know. I'm sort of on the fence with it. Like, I didn't mind it when it wasn't in place, but now that it is, I think back and, you know, you look at sports that, like AFL, you know, a team can go off and get coached at the end of every quarter, and same with NRL at halftime, football at halftime. So, you know, the coach is always barking instructions. So,
and I think it can be a detriment at times to players. You know, I've witnessed it where a player's just getting way too much information from their coach or their box, and you know, it can be quite triggering for some athletes just hearing that information in the heat of the moment. It's also an art learning how to deliver certain feedback to your player and understanding how they would learn and take it best. So I think you've just got to be very, very mindful who you're working with and how they like the information, which I'm sure most players would have that conversation with their players at this level.
I'd love to see you give a real spray.
It's happened.
I would love to see that.
It's happened, but I think it's I do think it makes the game. It is moving the game forward, and we'll see. I think they're going to give it a good crack in 2025 and see how it all ends up.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how it does move forward. And you know, I see it a lot work with lawn bowls, and you see it like coaching at international events is allowed, and you know, the players often go to the ringside coach and have a talk about what the green is doing and what the conditions are like. So it's very similar to tennis in a way, especially in singles. It's just you against your opponent. Fa-Jin finding a way through, and you know, you don't beat Borna Coric for nothing. And that's what he was able to do in qualifying for the Shanghai Masters just a few months ago.
Seems like a relaxed character, picking out one of his very many colourful electrolyte bottles over there.
Yeah, it's you mentioned it's Rafa-esque, but there's a few more than Rafa.
Rafa probably a little bit more meticulous about where and how much distance was between each bottle. So
it's insane, isn't it? Here is Cassidy Summeridge. Just went off court just to regroup. Such a big set coming up for him, because at 23 years of age, at the end of this set, he could find himself playing off for a spot in the AO tomorrow.
He's got a dangerous game, and when executed, he was really dominating there, but he just lost his way with his execution, and maybe a little bit of panic set in.
Time.
Also, his opponent sort of stepped up there and was really able to maintain a solid level throughout the set. So, see what both men have here earlier on, what statements they're going to be able to send down each other's ends.
First game of this final set incoming, and for the third straight set, it is going to be Cassidy Summeridge to serve first.
Final sets, Summeridge to serve. $15 love. $30 love.
30 love. Be a nice sense of relief right now.
在比赛进行中，请保持安静，不要走动，不要发出声音，谢谢。
Coming out after a break.
A few more winners starting to come from the racket of
30,
Sun
50.
He got himself in a little bit of trouble on the backhand and line there, Samridge. He was almost moving across the court and then almost found himself in an awkward position in the middle of the court. And again, just leaning off the back foot. And you can see him really leaning on his heel whilst he's hitting that one. Tends to make your racket face open just before you make contact with the ball. Not getting enough rotation on the ball, which obviously sends it long. So he's just done that a little bit throughout the second set.
Nice way to win that 30-all point. Having a lot more trouble on his service games than what he was in that opening set. Definitely not been easy. There are those nerves.
Well, by this stage of a match, your opponent basically knows generally where you've been serving. So this is where change of pace, heights, different spins is so important just to keep the match a little more unpredictable.
Opportunity in the opening game. Sun can smell blood. Frame.
Deuce.
Not sure what happened there.
I think he's overly thrilled about it.
I think he's trying to figure what happened.
Happens to the very best.
Advantage summary.
Be a nice way to start if you can get it now, saving a break point. The belief back. Oh, that's huge.
Cain summary.
Just a few small claps from the crowd. They want Sun to go through to the decider. But Cassidy Samridge, the 4th seed, getting through and holding on. Here are some of the stats from set 2, and the ace count, very similar.
Yeah, Sun did a phenomenal job in that second set, just increasing his first serve percentage. from the first set, and just Cassidy, they're probably very similar, maybe just not, you know, a little bit higher in the first serve percentages, but steady all round. Breakpoint opportunities for Sun there. You can see he converted 1 out of 6. That was all he needed there.
Didn't face one, which was even more impressive. Thank you for that.
Awkward shadow now on the court, isn't there?
Yeah. What's the best way to combat something like that?
I think by this stage their eyes are getting used to it, but it's kind of shifting from that sun into the shadow. That's can be a little bit tricky to read.
That's exactly where Cassidy Summeridge is standing right now. Glorious.
Seen it time and time again. It's just, I think that minute that Summeridge seems to be set on that forehand right here. Better watch out.
The effects mic better watch out. Cannon right into it.
Great technique on the forehand.
So T15.
Just a tick over 2:30 local time. Still plenty of tennis to come. Both finals of the doubles after this.
Depth on that return again, just forcing the error.
Now a small window of opportunity. You are kidding me. What an extraordinary point that was. Barely seen Summeridge come to the net. The lob was exquisite. The get was even better. And then the smash, well, they're tricky, and he nailed it. Game point.
It's a great volley. An even better lob there. Look at that. 2 balls landing on the line. Nearly in trouble on that one.
That is the perfect way to finish off a tricky game. 1 game apiece in this final set. Both of them challenged.
Interesting to see if Summeridge is feeling any sort of fatigue after effect from yesterday. It's just a little, noticing just his facial expressions a little bit after some longer points. Be one to look out for whether that has any bearing on the match.
He's overcooking a few shots, so maybe is he trying to use up extra energy?
Yeah, well, the fact that he came in, whether that was a strategy or just trying to shorten up the point on the volley, which is not a bad play, just sometimes there's a little bit of a sign of fatigue. exchange getting in the way of Samraj on that occasion.
One-two punch.
203 down the tee. Might be the fastest serve of the match for him.
This is the game he needs if he can just wrap it up soon.
Well, that was 181 wide. It's a big serve out wide. Whether he's trying to add a little bit more pace to it.
Lob doesn't come off this time.
Game Samraj.
Samraj holds his lead in this final set here.
2 games to 1.
Finally for him, a quick hold. He holds to 15. More importantly for his prospects to get through to the final, he leads 2-1 final set.
Time.
Sun. So on serve here at 1-2.
He dug that out.
15 low.
Samraj getting some support by Dad inside of the court there.
Oh! 30 low.
Thing that's tough for Sun is that he's had to serve second in every set so far. It's always nice to have that little bit of a buffer where you can be a front runner and not have to serve from behind every time.
Came back even faster then.
14 low.
It was a cruisy game so far for Sun. 40 love up.
love hold.
Game Sun, 2 games on.
2 apiece in this final set.
Sammer's just not looking like the same player as we saw in the first set. Trying to go after everything out here, and it's not paying off. Whether he'll adopt trying to move forward to the net to shorten up some of these points.
And I think the bonus for him is he has these weapons that he can rely on, so might be able to conserve some energy with points that end after one shot. He's already bouncing the ball, waiting for Sun. Excellent retrieval skills.
And that's going to be the danger for him right now. He's hitting forehands left, right, and at the moment, Sun just having the answer and then having to force Sammerj into going after it even bigger shot on that forehand. As you can see, it's just adding so much more pressure.
Now he might be making his play
Love
the top
30.
seed.
Love 40.
This game, the rules are starting to come off a little bit here.
3 break points. Can the Houdini act come? Unsaved.
15-40.
This is his week right here. He can somehow come out of it. Who knows? It's always hard serving after you lose a couple of breakpoint opportunities. 2 saved.
30-40.
Too good.
Game Sun, no balls please.
Changed up the pace with the slice.
3 games to 2.
And Sun said please do and hits a forehand winner. The top seed leads 3-2 with the break. Final set.
Showing off some big forehands himself here, Sun. Just can't help but feel that Sammerj just does not want to engage in some of these longer rallies. They haven't gone his way too often.
Feel like the resistance might just be over. We're getting another flyover. We had a couple in the previous match with some of the finer planes. God, that is a glorious sight.
And they are very loud, but absolutely incredible, aren't they?
Yeah, it happened in the cricket last week in Perth, where they flew over and scared everyone that was on air at the time. There's a lot of footage of it. It's quite funny. Hopefully it doesn't happen to us.
哎，请坐下，谢谢。哎， 上面观众请坐下。坐下，坐下，别动了。
A couple of members of the crowd still standing up. I don't think I've ever seen an umpire so forthright.
He's not happy.
There we go.
Love
To the
50.
facts by our producer Dave Loudon that they were the cleaners, sweeping and trying to make sure everything looked nice, but just not aware that the match was going on.
Naughty cleaners.
Well,
he's engaging a few longer ones here and coming out the winner on both. They're consecutive points. They're lasting over 4 or 5 shots. He's really done well here. So well balanced on that forehand. You just see his stable stability through contact.
Splendid. And a groan collectively from the crowd as triple break point opportunity opens up.
Sandridge has got just absolutely incredible hands. I mean, using his reach, but just really good feel and control, and I'm not sure why he doesn't use that part of his game enough.
When you've got the weapons, you've got to come in behind it. And let's see if he does that more, if he does get the break here.
It's an exciting volley.
Well,
game summary.
You can tell by the crowd that it hasn't gone quite the way that Sun Fajing would have wanted.
It was an interesting turn of events, wasn't it? The 2 breaks of serve. And Sandridge just really stepped up in that game. He was happy to be disciplined and grind himself out of some longer points, but then really coming up with that volley. That was very impressive.
To break to love as well. I think the only 2 times he has broken to date. Two of the 3 have been to love.
Love 50.
Happy with that forehand. That was sitting right on his racket through the center of the court, dumping that one in the net.
Opportunity again.
Love 30.
6 straight points against the server.
There's been some incredible momentum swings so far in the last couple of games. Both men really trying to forge ahead in this set.
Encouragement
there. 203 flat down the tee, doing the job there for Samridge. 30 all. Big point here, Val.
Massive in the scheme of things.
To the task. Another ace there. Couldn't come at a better time for him.
Game Samridge.
Regains the lead.
Samridge leads 4 games to 3.
And now the pressure right back on Sun Fa Jing. 4th seed, Cassidy Samridge leads 4-3, 3rd set.
No worries. 国窖1573。
Time.
So 4-3, final set on serve, and Cassidy Samridge has had a Lazarus-like resurrection, was down a break and somehow broke to love out of nowhere, and now he's back in front.
Great way to open up this game. Big serve out wide. Just a bit more of a energetic step back in the walk of Samridge. Phenomenal serve down the tee. That was timely. 30 love up.
Three brilliant serves.
Serving exceptionally well, especially at a time like this in a set where you can self-doubt yourself. He's just served it. He just really stepped up and served well.
And a hold to love after being broken to love in his last time of asking. And we edge ever closer to our crescendo here. 4 apiece. We are none the wiser as to who is going to make or set foot into tomorrow's decider.
Get the feeling right now, the margin for error is getting smaller and smaller, and just bringing your best tennis right now is almost what's needed.
It feels like the momentum is with Sun, but with the weapons that Samridge has, you just don't know. Bit of movement in the court.
crowd getting behind Sun there.
They are, because it's a big point now.
He's really starting to crank up the intensity there, right inside the court, looking for forehands. He's starting to sniff a chance here.
That's monstrous. Out wide. He didn't move there. So I think he was kind of hoping for the linesman to say fault, but
oh, I can just stand and watch and admire that. That was a beautiful serve.
pure ball striking. It's so pure.
That's exactly what we were talking about earlier on. Just the disguise on that forehand. I actually had no idea where that was going. I can imagine that Sun was probably feeling the same here. He turns his shoulders so well, you have no idea until the last second where that racket face is being directed.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Cain Summeridge.
And he keeps his nose ahead. He's one game away. And coming out after this, Sun Fa-Jing will serve to stay in the match. 5-4, third set. Summeridge leads.
Here it is. Serve out wide, and then that unbelievable forehand. Just holds those shoulders. He rotates those shoulders and then just unleashes last second.
Now, are we sure he took his AirPods out at the start of the match? Because, Betty, you mentioned the forehand was kind of just drifting off, but the last three games, it's come back. Maybe he's listening to you. I don't know.
Oh, it's just been a massive feature of the match for him, and it seems to have come back here. But you know, it's funny tennis, isn't it? Like mentally, you could be feeling like you're losing your way, and then you play a couple of good games, and it gets you back all excited, and the intensity increases. And I feel like that's where he's at right now. He's sensing there's a big opportunity here, and I imagine that this first point in this game is absolutely crucial for him to build the pressure on Sun.
Oh, this is it. Serving to stay in the match. What can he do? Sigh of relief.
15 love. 30 love.
It's a close call. They've just missed the baseline there. A missed opportunity on his forehand.
That's first service.
Beautifully done. The crowd like it too.
What an angle that was. Exactly, probably where you want to be putting that when you're further inside the court, is aiming a little shorter in court. Look at this, he's inside. And this aims a little shorter in there. Beautiful forehand.
Game points to send it to 5-all for the Chinese number 5. That's where we're going. Back to even. Sun Fa-jing says to Cassidy Samraj, gonna have to pry this win from my hands.
Would have loved to have seen a little bit more energy from Samraj in that game. Just bounce around, send the message to your opponent here, you're serving to stay in this match. Just felt like he got a little flat there.
I feel like that's been him today, peaks and troughs.
$50 low.
Oh.
15 all.
See him trying to get his feet going. It didn't quite move there.
Well, he went about 2.5 hours yesterday, and we're nearing that now, 2 hours, 11 minutes. So it's a lot of time on court. Sun Fa-jing had a bye, or not a bye, a walkover. Bit of a difference.
30-50.
Second serve ace.
Yeah, still giving the line a long, hard look.
And not one person applauded it.
Both very cool, calm and collected.
Another good second serve.
40-50.
And he's just edging ever so close to being to 6, and it's either going to be he breaks or it goes to a tie break. Got to win this point first. Doesn't quite eclipse the tape. And it's 6-5. He's again one game away. And after this, Sun Fa-jing, for the second time of asking, will have to serve to stay in the match. 6-5, Samraj leads final set.
Just get the sense in this game that Samraj has to really rely on the support of coach, dad, just getting himself up and going, because this crowd's not going to make him lift. This is where it's going to have to come from within. And just finding a little bit of adrenaline out there. Could be the changing character right now. Sun trailing on serve, 5-6. Big game.
Absolutely massive. Who will go through to the final? We've only got at most 2 games to decide it. Two right on the line, wasn't called. Sun can't quite believe it. And there's nothing he can do about it now. That's a winner. And let's have a look at the replay. That landed on the inside of the line. And Betty, where did that land?
It may have caught the outside of the line. Too close for comfort, that's for sure.
Love 15, 3 points away.
Trusty tee serve. I was reading that earlier on in the match, but just so accurate with the serving on the line, sliding away from his opponent's racket.
From venomous forehands to a delicate touch. Cassidy Summeridge has it all.
That was absolutely magical, that volley. Once again, what is he not doing at the net more often? Look at this volley coming up. Holds the net so well, and then just to take the pace off and have that level of feel at this stage of the match speaks volumes of how calm this man on our screen is.
And all of a sudden, thanks to some power hitting, it's a double match point for Cassidy Summeridge, the 4th seed.
Really stepped up in this game.
The world number 413. He's at a career high ranking. This could be heading towards a career high moment. Sensational Summeridge. Sun may not like it, but Cassidy Summeridge is through to the final of the 2025 Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff.
Sun just refusing right now.
6-4.
He can't quite believe it, but he's going to have to accept it. It's been happening the whole game. Both have had dubious line calls, but the Bangkok products, he is through to the decider tomorrow, and he will play off for a spot in the 2025 Australian Open main draw. It was a sensational affair. Did look like he was going to win at times, especially going down a break in that 3rd set. But he started slapping winners, and that forehand came to the party late when it needed to. And Chengdu might just be a very, very favourable city for him come this time tomorrow.
He just displayed some absolutely phenomenal tennis the last couple of games. He really stepped it up and trusted his game, and it really came and prevailed through.
Should be so proud of that. The top seed, really pushed him, but Sun Fajing will have to wait.
That's that forehand there, clinching the match with it.
Let's have a look. Slow-mo. Nah, that's on the line.
Yep.
No problems at all. And Sun will head off court after a good week, getting to the semi-finals. But his time in Chengdu will be over. And this is great. Throwing balls into the crowd. And now they like him. Now they enjoy his company.
Oh.
He's just beat one of their compatriots, but it's okay. No love lost. Got a decent arm on him too. Very impressive.
Pretty accurate.
Now the obligatory selfies with the pandas in Chengdu. It is such a great part of this city, the panda research base. That's, if you ever are in Chengdu, 100% would recommend that. Try and take this interview.
And today is the finals. How do you feel right now, and what you are going to do tomorrow?
Today I'm so tired, honestly. Tomorrow I'll keep it up and try my best, and let's see tomorrow. Yeah.
那首先第一个问题问到的是呢，今天也是打满了3场比赛，对此你有什么感受？整场下来的感受是怎么样的？同时明天也是决赛，问他有什么样的准备？他说呢，今天确实打了3场，对他的体能来说是一个非常大的考验。而明天的决赛呢，他也将尽自己最大的努力，也希望观众朋友们期待他明天的表现。So the next question, yesterday we've learned some Chinese, right? Yeah, it's called 你好成都. You still remember that? And today let's learn something new. Yeah, you can say 谢谢大家.
谢谢大家.
It means thank you everyone, and 你好成都 means hello Chengdu. And you can do it together. 你好成都，谢谢大家。
你好成都，谢谢大家。
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. Rounds of applause for the winner.
He's just doing everything out there. He's nailing his tennis and he's nailing his Chinese as well. And let's have a look at the story of the match. The aces there, 15-8, Betty Sekulovsky, and well, that's where the power was generated.
Yeah, well, both men there, 64%. Sun was able to increase the percentage. Well, look at that breakpoint conversion, 4 out of 4 there. I think that's a big telling story. 13 opportunities for Sun, only converting 3. It was a great few, especially back into that set. It was just, we were trying to figure out who could end up winning that. We had no idea. And just to see Samurai just step up and play his best tennis at the end was just brilliant.
It sure was, and 70% of first serve points won. That's also a big one there. But yeah, 4 out of 4 on break points. That's a sensational record against a really good retriever. And, you know, Sun will probably look at that stat and say, I could have done more on return, but he wasn't given a lot of opportunities to do so.
Well, you could hear that in the interview with Samurai. He said, I'm feeling tired, I'm not sure. I'll think about it tomorrow. He's had a couple of really long matches there, so recovery is going to be essential for him.
Just needs to go and have a nap, I think, but that's it for us for now. We'll be back very shortly with the women's doubles final. And we've got the pandas dancing down there. So they'll dance, they'll keep people entertained in the break. But we'll be back very shortly, women's doubles final coming up. So 谢谢大家, we'll be back soon.
也是也有稍后在单一场进行的是女子双打的决赛，对阵双方是来自泰国的平昌水土联合，来自中华台北的曹佳怡组合和来自中国的汤千惠郑武生组合，欢迎各位届时关注。
Ladies and gentlemen, the next match held on the center court will be women's single, women's double finals. Piantang Hui from Thailand and Cain from Chinese Taipei versus Tang Qianhui from China and Zheng Shuang from China.
于是，这是2025澳大利亚网球比赛亚太区外卡赛中心场第3场，现在开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, 2025 Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. The third game now begins.
让我们一起倒数
Let's count down.
3、2、1。首先入场的是来自中国的汤千惠郑武生组合。
Let's welcome Tang Qianhui and Zheng Shuang from China.
Women's doubles final action about to get underway here at Chengdu for the 2025 Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. A spot in Melbourne is up for grabs. It is so very exciting for these players. There is plenty for them to get excited about. It's the top seeds of Piantang Plipuch and Cao Chiayi up against the second seed, Zhang Qianghui and Zhang Wushuang. Excited for this clash. Val Febo, my name, and Betty Sekalovsky alongside me once again for the third match of the day here at the Sichuan International Tennis Centre. Betty, I'm really excited for this because these two teams have got a golden opportunity.
Oh, this is just absolutely huge. Whichever team wins this today is just going to be over the moon, and what an opportunity to come down to Melbourne and play in our beautiful Grand Slam in Melbourne.
Certainly, and well, behind the top seeds there, well, we've had two pandas wandering around. Now there's a koala out there. I'm not sure how he got up here, but
it's a long trip for him.
He's doing the floss now as well. Look at him go.
Yep.
Fantastic. Well, this is going to be brilliant because we've got the top two seeds of both the men's and women's doubles in the deciders, and best of 3 sets. The final set, of course, is a match tie-break. And here we go in for the coin toss for the doubles decider here.
Still 6 balls, she gets 7-9. For the tower box, A for you, okay? B for you, tower box. Any question? Let's toss. Power or WTA? WTA? So, power, yours. WTA. Receive. Coming out, receive. Stay. Take a photo, take a photo.
All right, well, there it is. The toss has been won and run. And we're very much looking forward to seeing how this match transpires because there is so much on the line. Passage to Melbourne Park in January. It is where you want to be if you're not just a tennis fan, but all players. It's where they want to be. It's one of the 4 iconic tournaments of this sport.
It really is a great place to be, Melbourne in general, but the Australian Open just brings another flavour to it, and we have some very experienced doubles teams out here today. It should be a very good match to be calling.
Yeah, well, here we go with Tang Qianhui and Zhang Wushuang. Here's Tang Qianhui, and she's ranked 81 in the world. Career high of 77. A very handy player in her own right. Currently being in the top 100 is sensational. And Zhang Wushuang, currently at 223rd. Career high was in September at 159. 3 ITF doubles titles, including 3 this year, 6 finals in 2024. She's coached by Yu Li Chiao, who was one of the early coaches of Li Na, so good pedigree there.
Oh, absolutely. We all know.
Here's Pyeongtan Plipuch. His rank of 128, career high was at the start of October at 95 in the world, nicknamed Earth. I'm not sure why. I tried to look it up, but could not find it. 2 doubles golds at the Southeast Asian Games for her, and here is Cao Chiayi of Chinese Taipei, currently ranked at 134, 20 years of age. Career high was in August at 115. Actually beat her teammate in Plipuch on Saturday in Takasaki, partnered 2018 AO Junior winner Liang Yichuo. They won that 12-10 in the 3rd set as they went to the final in that tournament. Didn't quite win, but they're in good form, both of them.
They're both out here today. They're working as a team. Got a good record together. It's all about that connection on the court, isn't it? Doubles, it's communication, it's energy, it's connection. And it's sometimes a little bit hard on the tour to find a consistent doubles partner to play with week in, week out, and there's quite a mixture that happens, and the teams that seem to stick together and consistently commit to playing doubles are the ones that you see doing very, very well.
Yeah, those consistent teams, it is so important, and you know, some of those iconic doubles teams over the years have been teams that have played together for about, you know, 5 to 6 years, and maybe even longer. The Woodies, the Bryants, they were a long time.
Match consists of 2 tie-break sets with no easy scoring. Final set, 2-point match tie-break.
Even the Williams sisters had a lot of success at Grand Slam level, and they didn't play together all the time, but when they did, they were pretty darn impressive.
30 seconds.
Today to be the more dominant one on the court, the level of experience and just general results over the years. I had a glimpse of her on the doubles court yesterday and was looking quite intimidating. Sal, 20 years of age, 3 doubles titles this year. All up though, he's won 16 events on the ITF Pro Tour. So he knows a way around a doubles court.
And also made the Olympic doubles quarterfinal in 2024 with Shea Su Wei. Lost to Linda Noskova and Karolina Muchova 12-10 in the 3rd set tiebreaker. So a bit heartbreaking to lose, you know, to miss out on a chance for a medal, but she's already got big game experience at such a young age, and playing with Shea Su Wei, who is one of the premier doubles players in the world. Do not get me wrong, she is an out-and-out superstar.
She really is. She's wonderful to watch on the court. Makes tennis look, at times you think it's puzzling, but she knows all the answers out there.
Too long left to go in the warm-ups for these 4 combatants, 2 of which will be on their way to Melbourne Park. Crowd has remained quite healthy throughout today. She's got it on her Instagram. She's a Lululemon athlete. Yeah, she's sponsored. This one about to get underway. Both these teams would be extremely excited. It's going to be Plipuch and Cao to serve first. $2,000 prize packet on the line as well, with $1,000 each for the winner. For the winners.
Tojayi to serve. Ready? Play. Love 15.
Big moment for this 20-year-old.
Love 13.
Errant forehands and ground strokes from her, and
She'd be feeling a lot of nerves out here at the moment, understandably playing for one of the biggest opportunities she may ever get presented with.
On
the board. It's always good to get that first point.
Sure if you were able to see that from Plipuch, but she was signalling behind her back that she was going to fake, meaning that she'll act like she's actually going to move across the net, but she won't. Just to play again, to basically intimidate the opponent a little bit into thinking you're going to be moving across the net.
Too good.
The tactical error.
30-40.
Just with the lob. Thought the team of Bush and Sao were actually going to cross sides here. I left the opening court and then
Jung putting that one away nicely.
Deuce. Deciding point, receiver's choice.
Deciding point.
Always tricky, these points. Can flip a match very quickly in general.
So it's a break point and a game point all in one. I don't think they can quite believe it. And Piangtan Plipuch looks at Sao Chao-yi and says, how on earth did we get away with that one?
Oh, the tweener has come out in the first game. That was very impressive.
And it would have been, the point would have been so much more electrifying if they had have won it. Have a look at this. So it was an excellent lob volley from Plipuch. And then this, I think it just came off the frame.
Came into an awkward position, didn't it? Into Tung's body. Didn't quite get out of the way of it.
What a point.
Entertainment in the first game here.
They do hold. Somehow, some way.
Zhong Wushang to serve.
Tsang Qianhui will lament that
Lights for serve.
That one she got.
15 love.
Run for your life on that one. Good job there.
Doubles
has just become such an amazing way of staying, like the longevity, keeping your longevity up as a singles player and a doubles player, but just being able to really make a career on the doubles tour. There's so many players that are now have done that and achieved some incredible things.
I think you look at Rohan Bapana as a really big one. I remember he played Hotman Cup back in when it was still Rebound Ace courts as a singles player and continued on doubles up until this year. Entertaining stuff.
With doubles change, a lot of the women especially have now opted for the swing backhand volley versus just the traditional backhand volley that used to happen. It's now become so aggressive at net where they're really just trying to end the point off the first opportunity they get at net.
Game, Tang Zheng.
Brilliantly done.
1 game.
Tang and Zheng level it up at 1 apiece. Kangtan Plipuch will now serve and some volleying with conviction in this matchup so far.
Kangtan Plipuch to serve. Oh. 15 left.
You can see there at 138 kilometres, but well placed, setting Sow up at the net there for the finish. It's just really all about setting your partner up. She's done that beautifully. Push actually started tennis at the age of 10, which these days is seen as a lot later in development. Seeing a lot of kids starting tennis now at under the age of 5. Shows what a talent she is.
Game. Tao.
They do hold.
Tao leads by 2 games to 1.
They take the early lead. All smiles out there, and it does help when you are having fun with your teammate. But it is Plipuch and Sal lead 2-1. Opening set. Top seeds in front. Not that you're quiet. We always love hearing your voice. But glad it's going well.
Time.
So first look at Tang Qianhui.
Tang Qianhui to serve.
2-1 opening set, the top seeds in front. We are in for a fun contest. It's been good so far.
50 left.
It's so intimidating playing against pairs that tend to move so much at net. You feel like your return has to be spot on, otherwise they're just going to cross at net and put that away. So that just the added pressure, perceived pressure, just mounts on the returner.
Something you don't hear much in tennis, perceived pressure.
I'd like to say it was original, but it's not.
You hear it in AFL a lot. Perceived pressure, and even in football. Bang.
30-50.
Clinical.
You can see how well she knows her way around the net, so I don't know. She's just anything she's touched at net, she has put away. Themselves in a down the line exchange. 30 all here.
Tal turns 21 on Monday, December 2.
This would come as a timely present for her.
It was Pyeongchang's birthday just 2 weeks ago today, on November 15, turned 32.
A big birthday month. I remember when I was 32. It's quite some time ago.
I'm not quite there yet.
Game, Tangzhou.
Game to the second
2 games
seeds.
all.
2 apiece. And speaking of birthdays, Betty Sekalovsky, happy birthday to Zhang Wushuang.
Yes. It's a big day out there for her today. It's always nice playing tennis on your birthday.
Exactly, turns 26 today. So happy birthday. Will it be the ultimate present, or will it be a birthday she'd rather forget?
It's a big forehand there by Sal. Interesting take back, but generates a lot of pace off that forehand.
Left.
And there's the depth there, really forcing Zhang into a forced error. That's the ball there. Looks like they're trying to set themselves up by hitting through the court, pushing their opponents back, and then giving that opportunity for the net player to cross. Working well so far.
30-15.
Just pushing that long. Really aggressive so far. Song Chia-Yi. Trying to hit balls with conviction.
So push for an eye formation here. Was a good way to change it up.
Oh, that's a great return from Zhang Wushuang. Landed smack bang on the line.
I thought that was a phenomenal serve for the play they opted for. That's exactly what you want to be doing, is serving body or tee. Here, look at this. She just moves out of the way beautifully.
Oh, wow. That was very close.
40-30.
Got some great angle on it, but...
It's nearly up there with the tweener, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, the tweener she made.
It's nearly up there with the level of athleticism.
Oh, that's sensational reflexes from Piangtan Plipuch.
Libertar leads by 3 games to 2.
The top seeds hold. That is an absolutely sensational get. And the top seeds, Piangtan Plipuch and Xiao Yachi, lead 3-2 opening set. The thing that I love about doubles, the reflexes, and have a look at this in the replay, the ability to dig that out and just have your racket in the right spot, Betty, that's sensational.
Yeah, Plipuch just did an incredible job. It's almost like her peripheral vision is just incredible. I think the best doubles players generally just don't even stare at the ball. They're not even really looking at the ball. They almost know where the ball is and they just instinctively put their racket there. And it's quite an incredible skill. She's done that a couple of times now and I'm starting to think it's not a fluke.
Well, there is a reason that she has had the doubles success, why she has been in the top 100 in the world.
I do like the combination of a younger player playing with a more seasoned athlete. It just allows for that mentoring, but just great teamwork and character building. And I think that's something you do start to see a little bit more now on tour.
Zhang Wushuang to serve, the birthday girl.
Oh. 15 left.
It's really rocketing through this. 19 minutes gone in this match and already at 3-2.
Just maybe swinging a little bit too much at that volley. I could have just opted for a traditional just bunt volley back. Had no time to take a swing that big. Oh.
Just misread where she thought Zhang was going to go there. Chia-Yi.
Just managed to hook that one back behind her. opportunity there. I just feel like if your opponent's missing a little bit at net, you try and take the confidence out of their game early on in the match and try and target them a little bit.
Again, Tang Zheng.
So, can't be split still. 3 apiece. Top 2 seeds already putting on a clinic. Very enjoyable match so far. None the wiser as to who is going to be on the plane to Melbourne in January. Just the opportunities that can create for players.
Love 15.
Up to the test there. Here it is. Just held her position really well there.
It's confident block there, and nothing that the top seeds could do.
Fifth.
Tagged her.
That was vicious. You might be able to probably get a glimpse of it from here, but if you're standing sideways and actually be able to see the net, they're standing really close to that net. You'd think it's easy to lob, but the fact that they're just so far over the net, it makes it so easy to cross.
Oh, it's brilliant from Plipuch.
It's this little glimpse that Zheng was going to cross. Plipuch noticed that just in time. I think it's coming up here. That move there. Just timed it perfectly.
Got it deep too. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Oh, it wasn't a bad way to get herself involved there, Sal, but I think she just may have timed that a little early. Might be able to see here. Just moves a bit too early there.
Great reflexes to see that. 30-all. Another breakpoint opportunity for Tang and Zheng.
The lob's become such a big part of doubles now, just really neutralising the net play. And you saw halfway through that exchange, the lob just took away the advantage from Sao and Plipuch, moving them away from the net there, and then all of a sudden.
There is the break. Tang Jianghui and Zheng Shuang draw first blood. Take the first break of the contest. They lead 4-3 opening set.
Mascot hanging off the bag of tongue there. Quite sure. Dinosaur?
Like a dinosaur? Maybe like Rex from Toy Story. I think there might be one John Wushuang's as well. This could be the birthday present that John is after, though. Trip to Melbourne. Plenty to do. There's also plenty to do in Chengdu. It's a great city. We've enjoyed our time here so far, Betty.
It's been absolutely wonderful.
The facilities here are sensational. If you are in China around the September area, I recommend that you get to the Chengdu ATP 250. Crowd loving their life here. The second seeds in control. Opening break after 25 minutes.
New balls.
Tang Chanhui to serve at 4-3.
$59.
Serve of Tongue. Interesting to see as the match progresses. It's a little bit of a liability, technically, just watching that. Her head drops away from the service motion very, very early.
Certainly 50.
Times that's happened now to Plipush, trying to run around the backhand, hitting a forehand, but catching herself off guard there. Almost framed the last couple of forehands by doing that. It's resisting to hit a backhand.
Absolutely smoked return.
Well, that second serve was at 96 kilometres an hour, and it probably got what it deserved there. That's what I think, that just that as the match goes on, it will be very interesting to see how that serve progresses under pressure.
Yeah, 96, that's at this level, it's got to be quicker there, and have a look at that.
See that.
That's straight to the slips cordon. That's dispatched. Strength at the net on show there. Zhang Wushuang. Another weaponous forehand, venomous forehand.
She's done that a couple of times now and really had some success. We're not serving as well to that ad court. As you can see, Sao opting to take it. She's had some success on that side so far.
It's a deciding point. It's both a break and a game point once again. Can they get this back on serve, the top seeds in Plipuch and Sao? You bet they can. Break back immediately. top seeds in Piangtan Plipuch and Sao Yachi get it back to 4 games apiece. It was an interesting one there, like a couple of really slow serves that allowed Sao to just unleash on those forehands, and it's got them right back into it. But I feel like she's been a really key player in this match, Sao Yachi. Just, you know, both at the net and at the back of the court, her ground strokes are booming.
Yeah, she's playing really well so far, and just anything she touches seems to be turning to goal right now.
Oh, she threaded the needle.
What a point. All 4 ladies out there just really exchanging.
Look at some of the retrieval skills here. This one in particular, amazing. But Sao Yachi
doing the right thing there. Just hitting it up through the center of the court.
just missing that.
15 all.
Set just a tick over half an hour.
Fantastic serve there by Sal. I'd call a cheeky little slider out wide. Just kept moving, sliding away from Tung.
Again, threads the needle. Sal controlling a lot of the points off her own racket.
Oh, both of them just complement each other. It's a great little change up here. But their game styles seem to complement their partnership really, really well out there.
Too good. Clinical volleying from Libuch.
By 5 games to 4.
And the top seeds sit down with a lead of 5-4. They're 1 game away from the opening set.
Both ladies having some fun out there. Smiling across. I think they may have spotted their team. Just really enjoying the skill set from both Bush and Sal. Just, you know, Sal's got the serve's a little bit bigger, hits the ball a little bit stronger from the back of the court, and then you've just got and then they're both extremely competent and efficient at net.
Yep. Well, we've seen that, yeah. The net game from all 4 really has been splendid. We saw Tung missing that one at the end of the first game, but since then she's smoked almost all of her volleys. So it's been enjoyable to watch these 4 players go at it. Of course, there are bigger things at play, and the results that they can achieve, and the goals that they can set, because one of them will be going to the first Grand Slam of 2025.
So, big hold coming here for Zhang.
Love 15.
Finally slid that one off the strings there.
That was beautiful.
Held it so well.
15.
Both trying to target the line up the line there on the first couple of returns. You're probably always expecting the ball, the return to go cross court, so it's a nice change up, keeping tongue on her toes there.
She went for it again.
30-15.
Not far away.
I feel like they're sensing that that's where they're getting maybe a little bit of success.
It's all been one-shot rallies. One or two. .40-15. Trying to force the 5-all. A few balls getting stuck in the net today, actually.
Lights. Second serve.
Where's that swing volley? It's trusted by a lot of the WTA players who are playing the doubles. You just see it so often and they do it so well.
Game.
It's always going to be put away.
5 games.
Plipuch just said, you know what, I'm going to turn around here just so I don't get hit in the face. And 5 apiece is the score. So possibly near towards a tie break. Pyeongtaen Plipuch to serve. Oh yes, that is brilliant.
Hits that smash with such conviction, doesn't she? She's very comfortable above the shoulders. See here, absolutely no problem putting that away.
The trajectory of it was great too. Brilliant.
15-all.
The ability to just drop the pace from the ball there. Not sure.
Smart serve there. Up push into the body. Especially when you got someone as active at net as Tsao. Just ready to pounce at anything that goes across the net.
Body
serve there again. Be so confusing for the returner right now because they just know that Tsao's going to get across on anything here. She can.
Didn't quite get the smash all there, but it was enough. And these two are having a great time out there, the top seeds. Pyeongtaen Plipuch and Tsao Cha-yi lead 6-5. We're going to a tie break. We'll find out.
Doubles is such a main feature in a lot of the Asian countries, and just just due to the numbers that they have on court and maybe access to courts in general, they tend to have a lot more players on court at once. So being efficient with your time and space, they tend to play a lot of doubles from a young age. So I remember going to Japan once and just seeing, I went there several times actually, but just seeing coaching and how it's run and with volume of numbers and how often they have to use their space wisely. So doubles and reflexes and being and just developing your hands and skill sets is such a big part of their coaching structure. So it's no surprise to me that you see a lot of the good teams, good the Chinese and the Japanese, and you see them coming through in the doubles, and it's just no surprise to me that they've been doing this for a very long time.
Yeah, we have seen so many different doubles pairings over the years, quite successful. Serving to stay in the first set once again.
Love 15.
It's a good serve, but the return was even better.
Well, this is the game here for Sao and to push to really, if they're going to break anyone, it will be, I believe, Tung.
Well, I think it was her before that they did break. The second serve's the big question mark. One of them at 96 kilometres an hour before.
The problem there with Tung's technical flaw on the serve is she tosses the ball so far to the right and her head's dropping, so she's unable. You could see then she's struggling to serve that ball out wide of the backhand. So on her first serve, you saw her being able to do it on the tee. It's a lot easier for her, but she struggles to serve that ball wide.
Too good.
15 seconds.
Grunting amplified there. It's a great point.
Another big point coming up for Tung Qianhui on her serve.
First serve.
Another first serve. Sao Qianhui not overly pleased.
She's not too convinced about that one.
It's the first time we've actually had a questionable decision today, or in this match. She says, you know what, give me a first serve, I want to hit a winner off a first, not a second.
Well, she hit a pretty good serve out wide then, but Sao just has all the answers at the moment. Better ball toss, great backhand up the line.
Tung could do 2 set points.
Game on the first set.
Double faults. And the top seeds, Piangtan Plibuch and Sao Qianhui, have 1 foot on the plane. It's the Happy Slam, one of the happiest tournaments on tour. And have a look at that. We've got penguins. We've got people dressed in, I don't know what that is. But it is such a good vibe. There's so much to do at the Australian Open. There's animals, there's wildlife, there's colouring in, there's the Karota Boys, live bands. And there's so many people that come there to enjoy it. And these two teams, the top 2 seeds, will want to immerse themselves in all of that. And at the moment it's Piangtan Plibuch and Sao Qianhui that have the opening set and the lead.
Love 15.
Australian Open is the most watched tennis tournament in the world as well.
Well, it's an incredible event globally. I know a lot of the players absolutely love coming to Melbourne, but so do the fans, and you spot a lot of people holidaying in Melbourne at that time who just absolutely love going there and come to Australia purely for that event.
Clinical.
Love 7.
And now a real chance.
Love 40.
Oh, yeah. Being careful here a little bit. Winning the first set can tend to come out a little flat. You know, energy, maintaining your energy and intensity is important.
Oh no. What a way to rebound though.
First game.
Broken to love. Also broken to lose the first set, then you break to love to start the second, and nothing you can do about a let cord like that.
Yeah, it's always doubles can change so quickly. The momentum can shift so quickly due to the deciding point format. So almost every game is actually crucial.
It is. And yeah, the deciding point is a massive factor in the end, and we saw that come into play a lot in the opening set. So all you got to do is get to 40 and you have a chance.
Draw to serve. Out.
I'm trying that play. It worked on the first point in the previous set. And they've missed quite a few of them now.
That is not sure if she was. She's got a wry smile there. Let's have a look at this.
That almost looked like she was.
No, she was definitely playing for that. That's a clever shot.
She held that on her strings for a very long time. I'm doing a great job there, just using her physical presence. People may have taken her off the ball there, but that's, again, being the tallest player on the court, Tung, I think that's the advantage she has. Her levers are long. She's tall. Can really use that to her advantage.
40-15.
Well, they've lifted their intensity here, Tung and Jung. 2 love. They consolidate the break.
Jung just, again, Sao moving too early and Jung just up to the task there. When you're moving at net, you've really got to be almost on point with your timing of when you actually take off for the volley. A few times here, Sao in this match has just left that fraction bit too soon. That was perfect. You can see the timing there. So Cao was actually moving just as Tung was about to make contact with the ball. That way then Tung's not actually aware of the opponent down the other end. That's really important to get that right.
Really important game here for Plipuch to just ensure that she holds. Almost dragged that one on the line.
30 love.
A little wry smile there from Tang Qianghui.
Volley. Once again, held the center of the court perfectly there.
I'll be confident on the next return game as well, because it is Tang Qianghui to serve. She's dropped her last two. Great serving.
Game, Flipper, Tang.
And they're on the board.
Tangzhou leads by 2 games to 1.
Top seeds after winning the first set. 7-5. They're down a break. It's 2-1 to Tang and Zheng. Now this is the big question for Tang. Can she hold? It was her serve that had the cracks in it in the first set. What can she do to try and rectify that?
I think at the moment she's going to have to hit the serve that she's most comfortable with and not being beaten. The hard part for Tang right now is she's serving on the ad court. She's serving to Cao, who's returning extremely well, and he's reading her serve perfectly. So it's coming all the serves are coming right into the strengths of Cao. So it's a bit of a tough task, but I think number one would be just to straighten up her toss a little bit. She's having a bit of troubles out there and dropping the head early. Just making first serves, I think, is going to be crucial in this game. So keep herself out of trouble, because that second serve's gotten down to 90. I think we saw it at 95 kilometres an hour. It's just almost too slow for this level.
So pressure's on Tang Qianghui. Let's get the first point. That's important.
We've seen that about 4 times now, haven't we?
Yep.
It's just refusing to hit a backhand, getting caught, moving sideways.
Back to the court. You're back in Cao Chia-Yi every day of the week at the moment.
Great serve there. Through the line in that court then. Let's see it, nice and accurate. That was a really get it into the backhand side of Plipuch.
Angle in the net again. Wu Shuang. This would be a really big confidence booster for the all-Chinese pairing. just to get that hold. Tongue serve.
Game, Tongue Jung.
Great serving. Really good game there by Tongue. Just to come back from serving performance in the first set to do that. I think Jung did a great job there helping her partner out. Push doesn't look like she's a fan of the backhand at the moment, just refusing to hit a backhand, and I think we've seen she may not be as confident on that side, and is probably playing on that forehand side.
She just sort of dropped the shoulders a little bit at the moment. It's now up to Tsao to try and keep her spirits up.
What a shot that was.
Pulling out all the stops.
Racket on that one. Love here for the team of Push and Tsao. Getting a little bit of momentum back.
Good smash.
Great serve there. Again, well set up, yeah. No problems on that one.
Game, Flipper.
Nice quick hold. Top seats.
By 3 games to 2.
Stay within touching distance, but it is Zhang Qianhui, Jiang Wushuang who hold the buffer in the second set. They lead a break. Well, they lead by a break. 3-2.
See how important doubles is in general formats, can't we? We've seen it in the Davis Cup, in the Billie Jean King Cup, just coming down to sometimes those doubles matches and how important it is to know your stuff around a doubles court.
So important. And it's why these doubles pairings do have so much success, because they train it. You develop that awareness over time.
I've come across a lot of players that say, oh, well, I'm not going to play doubles in this tournament, you know, I just want to play singles. But they don't probably realise yet is just how much doubles enhances your skill level to help you in singles just as much. Being accurate on your serving, also learning to take the pressure off yourself. Just your self-talk improves by purely playing doubles, because it's really not just about you, it's about your team, doing well for your team and playing something for something bigger than yourself.
Looked unperturbed on serve this set so far, Tung and Jiang. 30 love, they're going the right way about it again.
Interesting to see if they could play 2 back here, just to give them a different look.
40 love.
Right now, they're not actually getting involved in these service games at all.
Only 2 points dropped this set so far for Tung and Jiang on serve. make it 3.
I thought that was a good decision.
40-15.
Push to stand back and just play 2 back. Let your partner feel like they don't have as much pressure to make the return, and if they get it in and the play's at net, well, you have time to react for the next one.
Game, Tangjo.
Well, they changed the 2 back, and
Tangjo leads by 4
they
games
probably
to
could have
2.
used Sal being a little bit further back then.
I think that's a change in strategy. That should be implemented, especially if you're not getting involved in the returning games. Normally you want to just offload that pressure on your returning side of the court.
So 4-2 in favour of the Chinese pairing. If they do win this set, we go to a match tie break. First to 10, win by 2. Oh, that is brilliant retrieval. Sao Chia-Yi did everything she could.
It's the hands here from Zhang. Well, just scrape that one back.
I like the slice, the change of pace there. Took Plipuch a little bit off guard. Had to push the volley a bit more and just didn't have enough on it. Oh, wow.
I was actually confused about what happened there for a second.
The spin on that shot. Have a look at this.
Oh, it's that can end up being really nasty, that shot. Forces you to lean over the net. You're in touch it. You're in a bit of trouble.
That is sensational.
15 all.
Sao signalling to serve into the body here. Actually served wide.
30-15. All they need to do is keep holding, put the pressure on. Just get an indent into one of the service games of Tang and Zhang, which they haven't been able to do this set.
40-15.
Rare commodity in this match.
Game, Plica Tang. Tangjo leads by 4 games to 3.
They do hold the top seeds. Keep again within touching distance, but the serving of Tang and Zhang has been exemplary this set, and they lead 4-3 with a break.
Just discussing a little bit earlier on about the importance of doubles, and look at the amount of successful college players that have come out and transitioned onto the tour now, and how big a feature doubles was in their development, playing for their teams, and they just learn to compete at all these big schools, crowds watching them, and just doubles is practiced more than singles. And it's no surprise again that you see a lot of them come out of college that know their way around a net.
Yeah, college is one of those things that, you know, you don't know it until you see it. And I think when you hear more and more about it, the stories that come out of it and the experiences it gives you, so important for a lot of these American players. And if you do go down, Rinky Hijikata has played college, Andrew Harris as well.
Yep, there's been quite a few Australians that have really done well coming out of college systems.
Oh! 15. 15 all.
Well, now this is where they can maybe make their play.
This is sort of, you get into that business sort of end of a set, and this is where these things start to show up under pressure. Return that push is more than capable of making. Yeah, I mean, even if Zhang crosses on that, at least give her a chance to miss that and create some pressure.
Oh,
40-15.
Great reflexes from the poor boy. Would have scored more than Ray Gun at the Olympics.
Oh.
Have a look at that. Wow. Great reflexes. Well done to you, young man.
Game, Tang Zheng.
A quick hold.
Tang Zheng leads
Dropped the 4
by
points on
5
serve
games
so
to
far
3.
this set. And they've got a 5-3 lead. They're a game away from forcing this to a match tiebreak. And that could be what decides, or could be how it's decided who goes to Melbourne in January.
Zhang and Tang doing a great job here in this set. Just controlling the momentum. Great overhead.
Do love a jump smash.
It's at junior level, it's something that's just not practiced enough, but the importance of it is huge. They've caught Tang out a couple of times there where they've gone pretty hard at her hip, almost blocking her on the volley, and she hasn't always handled that one well, so I can understand why they keep persevering with that one up the line.
left.
Quick service game so far. Need to make their opponents serve this out here. Lupuch and Tao. That's what they're going to do.
Flipper, Tao. Tang Zheng leads by 5 games to 4.
In a really dominant set on serve, which could make a match tiebreak all the more interesting, but it is Tang and Zhang leading 5-4. They're going to come out and serve for it after this. If it does go to a match tiebreak, Betty, who do you think wins it? Because it's very close to call.
Well, I think it's so hard to call, isn't it? You have the experience of Tang on one end, and then you have this duo here, #1 seeds. They just combine so well together. I just think it's the energy. As soon as the energy drops off in doubles, it can cause all sorts of issues. And you can see it there. They're in this position because the first couple of games of the set, they really dropped their level of intensity. They're now finding themselves trailing. So it's always hard to call in doubles, because I've watched many doubles where there's a pair that's in control the whole way and then loses the match on deciding points, which won't happen so much in a super tiebreaker, but it can be a bit of a heartbreaker.
Well, the pressure is now on these two. Tang Qianhui and Zhang Wushuang serving to force a match tiebreak as they look to keep their bid to go to Melbourne alive. An Australian Open wildcard up for grabs. Now like liquid gold. Or just gold in general.
There's the long reach of Tongue. Hard to get the ball past her.
Oh, she made it. Sublime.
She's happy with that one. That was beautiful.
If you're not happy with that, you have no emotion.
Just fades that one out of the court. Magnificent.
Still smiling.
She's like, probably still replaying in her mind. Use that for a bit of visualization. Push has just not returned well enough in this second set on that side. Disappointed with that. Again, I'm not sure why they don't play two back when she's returning at the moment.
Two set points. Match tiebreak about to get underway, possibly. Have done so well to get into this position. Can they finish it off? One set point saved. All of a sudden.
That was an important return there to make.
Now, if they win this point, the returners in Plipuch and Sao, it's almost that, well, it is a break point to them as well because of this deciding point. Both back. Oh, it landed.
You're kidding.
It landed.
Receiver's choice.
Sometimes you need a bit of luck to go your way. And that time it did. Have a look at where this landed. That came off the frame. And that painted the line. Juice, break point, and set point. Massive in the context of this final. And it is the set. A match tiebreak to decide who is going to Melbourne in January.
See, the second serve points won on Sao and Plipuch is much higher, and that's where they're really making some inroads. First serve points won there, 80%, pretty even. Breakpoint opportunities, again, just a very small margin, but it's all it takes in doubles. It's going to be an interesting tiebreak.
It is an enjoyable set of tennis, that one. And look, it's been enjoyable from the first game where we did see a tweener.
Yeah, Zhang's athleticism around the court is, I think, underestimated in this match so far. She has been able to, in some of those crucial moments where she's dug out some absolute difficult situations, she's just slid on the hard court. She's played a tweener. She's hopping around. There's a lot of entertainment from her end and energy. And I think she's been a real stabiliser in that team.
Fun for the family. He's enjoying his time on the big screen. Got people wandering around dancing. Most people deep in conversation. Having a great time today here at the Sichuan International Tennis Centre. Has been hosting ATP events since 2015.
Actually spotted someone doing some exercise around the stadium up the top there. Just loosening up. Probably been sitting down for quite some time today.
Yeah, literally right at the top of the stadium. Just doing some jumps. Not sure what he's doing up there, actually. These people, they're waving to the cameras. Great to see so many people coming to support these players and watch this great event.
What a great way to create a simulated environment of what may be at the Australian Open.
So 10-point match tiebreak about to ensue. Tang Jianghui and Zhang Wushuang have forced this. Piangtan Plipuch and Cao Jiayi won the opener. And Zhang Wushuang could be in for an all-time birthday present.
That'd be amazing for her.
Match tiebreak. Cao to serve.
First point goes the way to the top seeds.
Judging by that point, you can see all four players really locking in, understanding the importance of this breaker.
Zhang to serve.
We have two back here now in this setup.
Brilliant volley, absolutely brilliant from Piangtan Plipuch.
Great point by both ladies there. Plipuch just doing an amazing job. We'll see it here, just blocking that volley. You can see on the service line, forcing her opponent to have to move forward and lift that one for that smash. So she's played an absolute spot-on volley there.
Birthday girl, Zhang Wushuang serving. I love that forehand slice there from Zhao, and took the pace off it, and they've got a 3-love lead.
She's got really good tennis IQ, doesn't she? 20 years old. Seems to have very good poise on court for someone her age.
Tiebreak slowly slipping away from the second seeds. Tang and Zhang 4 behind now. All that work they did to force this tiebreak. Another net court for Cao.
So brave there, just to take that opportunity, incentive to move across and take a backhand volley. If you're going to do it at any time, it was at a 4-love point.
Now they're halfway there.
They've just been so much sharper, haven't they, at the beginning of this breaker?
Five love to the top seeds. Brilliant return from Cao. And it is slowly drifting towards them. They can smell their passports being taken out. They are, I don't know if you can smell a passport. You go, I don't know where I was going with that. But
well, they've been brave in this so far and taken some opportunities, but I think the two back strategy it's just been enough to just change the dynamic of the point, and all it takes is one thing to turn a match around. And especially in tiebreakers, you know, players often get tight. There's a lot riding on it. It's not a huge margin for error in the match.
Well, haven't been tight, that's for sure. 6-love, 4 points to go.
Serve under pressure. We see it time and time again here in this match a little bit. When the score's been a little tight, she'd serve a lot better tongue in the second set. Now there's a little bit more riding on it.
Presentation to come after this as well. They are on the board.
7-1,
Chung doing a good job there. And that ball through the centre. Almost confusing the pair of Plipush and Sao. Who was going to take that commanding lead here at 7-1? By Tung.
Too many breaks there, many breakbacks. So you're telling me there's a chance. 7-2.
I do love my Dumb and Dumber movie.
It's a good movie. I saw you watching it on the plane the other day.
It's an all-time hit. Teamwork there.
8-2.
Stop volley there by Plipush. Doesn't do any justice probably on the screen, but she just has such soft hands.
Oh, sensational.
9-2.
Skill level on this court has been outrageous. Just on display, wasn't it? Just there. Absolutely magnificent. Just aware of where all players are on the court. That's what makes up a good doubles player, and that was sensational.
7 match points. One saved.
Nice three. Flipper, Tom. Change it. Nice three.
So you sort of mean like when just start.
Commanding lead here. The team of Plipush and Sao on serve on the racket of Plipush.
And there it is. They are going to Melbourne. Piangtan Plipuch and Sao Cha Yi will head down to one of the biggest tournaments of the year at Melbourne Park. They will feature in the women's doubles draw, and they were exemplary. They win at 10-3 in the match tiebreak. A brilliant way to regroup after that second set.
An amazing effort by the ladies. Just being able to overcome a disappointing second set and come out in that super tiebreaker the way they did, in a commanding way. They didn't really put a foot wrong. Should be extremely proud of themselves. An incredible achievement. Exciting, thanking family, coaches, friends. A huge moment for these ladies. It's a dream for most players to make it to a Grand Slam and to do it in this fashion at the 2025 Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. It'd be a dream come true. Trophy on display, absolutely beautiful. Lucky team, the Australian Open, putting their hands on that piece of silverware. And tomorrow we have men's and women's singles final. For an opportunity for a player to make it to the Australian Open, have an opportunity to play for those beautiful trophies. Very exciting times. Vibe really building down at the court. Signatures all around, Panda's happy. Fans are going to put their hands on one of those tennis balls, the Dunlop AO ball, very special. These tennis balls have the 2025 logo on it and spec for the Australian Open. And players out here are really lucky having have a hit with the balls that they'll be using at the Australian Open. And the selfie stick making an appearance. A moment this duo will never forget. I'm not really great at taking photos, but they definitely know what they're doing. So we're very close to commencing the presentation out on court, where the winners will be presented with their actual accreditation for the Australian Open for 2025. How exciting, they get to put that around their neck for the first time before the tournament begins. There's nothing more rewarding than knowing you are in the draw and have done the hard work to get there. And a little bit disappointing for the team of Zhang and Tang. Obviously they'll ever so close to that, turning that performance around. Never never easy to watch the winners take over, but it's a moment for all 4 players, acknowledging a great week and a great tournament. Moments away here. Smiles all round. And we're about to throw this over to Val Febo for the presentation.
Welcome to the presentation of the wildcard for the 2025 Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoffs Women's Doubles event. Please show you.
欢迎大家来到2025澳大利亚网球公开赛亚太区外卡赛女子双打决赛的颁奖现场。
Please show your appreciation with another round of applause for today's finalists.
请现场的观众朋友们再一次把掌声和欢呼声送给今天参加决赛的2组选手。
We would like to thank the chair umpire for this match, Zhe Chu from China.
同时，也要感谢本场比赛的主裁判，来自中国的曲哲。
And before we get to the presenting of the Australian Open 2025 Wildcard, Tennis Australia would like to thank.
在颁奖正式开始之前，澳大利亚网球协会还要感谢
China Tennis Association, Sichuan Sports Bureau, Chengdu Sports Bureau, Shangliu District Bureau of Culture, Radio, Television, Sports and Tourism, Luzhou Laojiao, Sichuan Tennis Association and Sichuan Investment International Tennis Centre, all Australian Open sponsors, players, coaches, staff, officials, volunteers and ball kids for their involvement in the Australian Open 2025 Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff.
感谢中国网球协会四川省体育局、成都市体育局、双流区文化广电体育和旅游局、泸州老窖、四川省网球协会川头国际网球中心以及澳大利亚网球公开赛的赞助商、球员、教练、员工、官员以及志愿者们，感谢你们对2025澳大利亚网球公开赛亚太区外卡赛的参与和贡献。
And here to assist with the presentation, please welcome the following special guests.
下面有请参与到本场颁奖仪式的嘉宾，他们是
Mr. He Jian, Deputy Director of Shangliu District Culture, Radio, Television, Sports and Tourism Bureau.
双流区文化广电体育和旅游局副局长何健先生。
Mr. Lu Maoxiang, President of Sichuan Tennis Association.
四川省网球协会主席罗茂香先生。
Mr. Wayne McEwen, Tournament Referee of the Australian Open 2025.
裁判长韦恩麦凯文先生。
And Mr. Todd Woodbridge, Tournament Director of the Australian Open 2025 Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff.
澳网外卡赛赛事总监托德伍德布雷奇先生。
And please welcome the finalists of today, Qianhui Tang and Zhang Wushuang from China.
现在有请获得女子双打亚军的选手，来自中国的汤千惠、郑武双。
Here to present flowers to the finalists, Mr. Jian He and Mr. Luo Maoxiang to present a gift.
有请何健先生和罗茂香先生为选手送上鲜花和礼品。
Congratulations to both on a great tournament. And to our winners, Pyeongtan Plipuch from Thailand and Cao Chiayi from Chinese Taipei.
现在有请获得女子双打冠军的选手，来自泰国的平塘普利普耶河和来自中华台北的曹佳怡。
Now to present flowers to our winners, Mr. He Jian and Mr. Luo Mao Shang to present a gift.
有请何健先生和罗茂香先生为选手送上鲜花和礼品。
And here to present Pyeongtan Plipuch and Cao Chiayi with their 2025 Australian Open accreditation is Mr. Todd Woodbridge, Tournament Director.
现在有请澳网外卡赛赛事总监托德·伍德布雷奇为两位选手颁发2025澳大利亚网球公开赛的外卡。
Congratulations to all the finalists here once again, and good luck to our winners at Melbourne Park at the Australian Open in 2025. Thanks again to all the special guests today. Good afternoon and thank you.
再一次祝贺今天的两组选手，同时我们也祝冠军好运，期待你们在2025澳大利亚网球公开赛的精彩表现。同时也感谢今天所有的颁奖嘉宾。本次颁奖仪式到此结束，谢谢。 也请所有的球员和颁奖嘉宾来到成都的标志进行合影。
And we'll get all the players to come up and take a photo with their flowers and gifts and conclude the presentation.
Final match of the day about to get underway here, and it is men's doubles action between the top two, or the top seeds, Jivan Neduncesian of India and Vijay Sundar Prashanth, also of India, up against Seita Watanabe of Japan and Takeru Yuzuki, also of Japan. Very much looking forward to this contest. Val Febo, my name. Joining me, Betty Sekalovsky. Betty, welcome.
Thanks, Val. It's been a wonderful display of tennis, hasn't it, today? And really looking forward to the men's doubles. We've just had an exciting women's doubles final being played.
Sure have. Let's get to the toss.
Okay, any question? Heads, trio. Heads, trio. Trio. Throw. Okay. Thank you, the picture. Photo.
Forgot to take the photo there. Oh no, they're coming back. The panda's pretending to cry.
Don't leave me now.
So, here we go. Final match of the day. We've got two more to come tomorrow. They have the singles finals. Can't wait to bring you those. But before that, this match is going to be brilliant. It's Neduncesian and Prashanth up against Watanabe and Yuzuki. Vastly different experiences between these two teams. Average age 24 and a half for Watanabe and Yuzuki, an average age of 37 between the Indian pairing. Here is Seita Watanabe, doubles rank of 181. Career high was just a couple of weeks ago, actually. 176 in the world. Wearing the blue.
You've got this amazing uniform out on court.
Yeah, we'll see those very shortly. Here is Takeru Yuzuki. The Dunlop, old school Dunlop outfit. Doubles rank of 150, and he's also at a career high ranking. So he's peaking right now at the age of 26. A bit taller than his teammate. Won 2 challenges as a pair this year. One on clay in Chile in April, in Concepcion, and another one in Matsuyama at the start of the month in Japan. Move over to the Indian pairing, who have had some pretty good success in China. Betty recently having won a title, but this is Jivan Neduncesian. Doubles rank of 97 in the world, career high of 64 in 2019. 2 ATP titles for him.
India's always had such a rich tradition in doubles, haven't they?
Oh, so many wonderful players, and Rohan Bapana's had a great year. Mahesh Bhupati, Leander Paes.
Yeah, and they're wearing a great uniform out there. Yeah. Smiley faces all around.
Well, he's Vijay Sundar Prashanth. Just a bit of a frown there, but I do love the outfit. It's fantastic, and the Indian players do like to bring some colour. We know that.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see your skills on display out here today. It's, like you've mentioned, a lot of these teams are in form at the moment, playing for a huge spot in the men's doubles at the Australian Open. A lot at stake here.
Very excited to see how this one plays out. We've already got one doubles pairing going through. That was Pyeongchan Pipuch and Cao Chia-yi.
Wonderful match. Excitement on the faces when they finally achieve such a huge milestone.
Plenty to play for here. So the Indian pairing 6-3-7-5 in their quarterfinal and 6-2-6-4 in their semi-final. And Japanese pairing of Watanabe and Takeru Yuzuki, they've had to play all 3 of their matches, didn't get a bye to Rigella and Sun Fa-jing. They beat them 7-6, 7-5. Then they beat Ray Ho and Prasinya in Azaro of Thailand 4-6, 6-3, 12-10. Then they defeated Jaketh Mayeni and Mukun Sasakuma 6-7, 7-6, 10-8.
Worked their way here, haven't they? Chezian, the lefty, the Indian pair. A couple of lefties out there. Yuzuki, so lefty, the man on your screen.
The Chezian title in Chennai with Rohan Bapana, and one with Prashant in Hangzhou in September. Was Prashant's maiden ATP title. So they've got form in China.
Serves in preparation. This final get under the way. Conditions cooling down outside now. Really impacts the way doubles can be played in these conditions. Sometimes the ball not travelling as fast through the air.
Of play here. Doubles final about to get underway. Chezian and Prashant and Watanabe and Yuzuki. India versus Japan. Just a tick on 5:30 local time. It's going to be Takeru Yuzuki to serve first from the near side of screen.
It's a great start. This final. Serve out wide.
Good start for Watanabe and Yuzuki.
.220 down the tee.
Just a casual. I bet you hit that in your sleep, Betty.
And if he gave me the most powerful racket, Val, I think I wouldn't even get halfway.
Sew yourself short.
I am short.
So Yuzuki, well, he's already proven that he's going to be a bit of a weapon there with his height. Chezian and Prashant. It's going to be Prashant to serve first. Chezian with the leg warmers on.
Wow. I believe that was in. That was a incredible return there. Oh, he struck that a little late. Mizuki proving already he's a danger on court.
Very wide service position for Prashant. Not something you see a lot of. It is more frequent in doubles than singles, though.
Yeah, it's generally where you're told to stand, generally in doubles.
Or maybe smiling at the end of the day, who knows? Great outfit nonetheless.
Different in the men's game really early on. You can see the two-back strategy due to the speed of the serve is such a huge feature in doubles and in men's doubles. We saw it used as a bit of a change-up in the women's.
That is supreme reflexes from Jivan Nedenchezian.
Brilliant hands, wasn't it? He was wide awake there at net. As we see it here.
How was that? He just sort of hooked it over.
Almost hit that behind his shoulder.
Big serve from Prashant. The top seeds on the board, one apiece.
And seen there's a clip of Murray just at net working on his volleys, and he's standing super close to the net, and all he's doing is really just bunting the ball over, and you can see the same here. Men are getting up nice and close.
That's the height on Takeru Yuzuki.
Pose a bit of a problem, isn't he? Standing at net, it's just a tough one to get through him.
Stands at 6'5", 196 centimeters. Centimeters taller than his teammate.
It's always nice to have some height on your doubles team. See, he's opting for the I formation.
Problem is being so much taller than his teammate. Caught one in the head. Gutsy leave and dropped in.
Again there. Just very simple. Sticking the racket to the ball. In the I formation.
Great reflexes from all. Yuzuki has the final say. And the Japanese pairing have started quite well. They're unseeded, but they lead in the final 2-1. Opening set
Good time out there already. Just look at some of the highlights here.
Such strong legs there for Watanabe.
Well, he's done a great job of setting up his partner at net, who hasn't missed a single volley.
No.
Sometimes when you play against some of these unseeded pairs, you really got to be careful because you just don't know what you're going to encounter on the court. And like this is a bit of a surprise, I'm sure.
Even when you're taking on bona fide singles players in doubles, you know what they can do on a singles court, but doubles is such a different thing. And Kubler Hijikata winning the AO in 2023, I think, speaks volumes.
Same goes for Kyrgios and Kokkinakis. And we know what they can do on a singles court, but they were able to blend that into a doubles duo and intimidating some of the best doubles pairings in the world.
It was a great final against Ebden and Purcell as well. Literally just rocked up and won the doubles.
Great serve out there. And Chezian, it's tough playing a lefty. Just the angle of how the ball comes off the strings, always difficult for a right-hander. You just feel that the ball's constantly moving away from you if you don't take it early enough and cover the angle.
Suki just threading the needle there.
He's pretty happy with that. And
why wouldn't you be?
His forehand, there's not actually a lot of space here through the centre. He's just rifled that forehand.
From 30 love, 30 all. Really targeting the bodies, and you see that a lot more in men's doubles where you really go after the person, which, you know, it's not, you're allowed to do it, and it's a good tactic.
Absolutely, especially when they're standing so close to the net. You want to be aiming for their hip and try and really jam them up so they don't get a clean hit at the volley.
Oh, Prashanth. Great reflexes and great awareness.
Impeccable timing there to move at the right time, as you saw here, Yuzuki making contact and then just pounces.
Magnificent. Just really putting it at the feet of their opponents. And they'll take the hold, 2 apiece, opening set. Chezian has the Rafa shoes on.
Just channeling a bit of Rafa.
Even after Rafa's retired, his equipment's still playing.
Sure, it's going to be very popular. I think that's a bit of a tactical error there, hitting an off backhand volley from the centre of the court. Yeah, best to go through the centre or just go out, or just finish it off cross court there.
All of a sudden, pretty comfortable on serve, and in the previous 2 games, and all of a sudden now it's 30 love or love 30.
Loose game so far. The Yuzuki serve. A couple of costly volleys.
He's probably, from what we've seen out of the 4, he's got the most booming serve of the lot. Prashant was very close there. Artificial light starting to take over here at the Sichuan International Tennis Centre. Final doubles match of this week. The AO Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. Still bizarre calling events 2025 when we've still got just over a month left of 2024.
Saves another one there with that beautiful serve into the body. Chezian. One more to go. Smart serving there in the body again. When you've got such a large serve, it's coming down at the 190 kilometres at your body. There's not a lot of room for you to move very quickly.
No. You could see, you could actually hear Prashant down there. And good sportsmanship by him. So good serve. Oh, sorry, Ned and Chezian. Because it was a good serve.
He's gone for it, hasn't he, there?
And after saving 3 break points, because it was deciding point, it was a 4th. And the top seeds take the break. The first break of the match, they lead 3-2, opening set.
Disappointing game for the Japanese pair. Indian pair, Prashant and Chezian, just doing a great job of making returns when they were able to get a racket onto the ball, and that's all it takes. You could have one slip in one of your service games where you miss a few volleys and all of a sudden you get broken, and that's all it takes is a slip of concentration.
And they look locked in there. You can see Prashant sitting there, not even blinking. These two looking for their opportunity.
It's been a long day for these players. We saw Ned and Chezian at breakfast this morning.
We did.
It's now nearing 6 p.m. here. Never seen that brand before. Indian pair are wearing.
Lala, looks like. Might have to do some digging.
Oh, beautiful teamwork there by the Japanese pair. Almost all over the net. See it here. Great pickup, low volley. Reflexes. Excellent pickup by Prashant just to get a racket onto that. Get it there. Jivan Nedenchezian. Great serving, Vijay. Positive energy on this team.
It was a great dig from Prashant to sort of float that backhand over. Nedenchezian has no problems threading the needle with the volley. These two have been travelling around Europe for the indoor circuit. Playing in Stockholm, the ATP event there, after winning in Hangzhou.
Oh. Blistering forehand there by Watanabe. Stand and deliver. Check this out. Bang.
Huge.
Quick turn of the shoulders.
Love an off forehand winner off a serve. Very satisfying to watch. Game point and break point. What can they do? Game. And nice reassurance there from Nedenchezian. Says good serving, VJ. Good communication between the two. It's very clear, isn't it? You can hear it from where we are, and I'm sure in the effects mic as well.
I think you can really see that they've got a lot of experience together. When you continue to travel the world playing doubles together, you just get a very good sense of where the strengths are, how to pick each other up. When they're having a good day, bad day, how do you manage as a team? It's all about how building that successful relationship on court and off the court.
Winner of this, as we said before the previous match, will get $1,000 each.
A little luck there.
Unleashing the forehand, but yes, you're right.
You notice at times when the ball hits the net tape here, it just springs off, and either it really takes off over the baseline, or it can just, there's not a really same consistent.
fighting back, just giving themselves a chance in every game, aren't they?
Just doing a wonderful job of making returns where possible. Doing the simple things well.
All of a sudden, another break point. Watanabe and Yuzuki have ridden the wave through their first 3 matches. But now find themselves in a bit of danger. 2 break points for the Indian pairing. One needed, double fault. And Jeevan Neduncezhian and Vijay Sundar Prashanth, 1 game away from taking this opening set. Brilliant performance so far. They lead 5-2 after 23 minutes. Serving for the opening set here, Neduncezhian and Prashanth. They've been clinical.
Rock solid, haven't they? New balls. It's just not an amazing feeling when you're down 5-2 and having to return new balls. It's just another added advantage.
It's almost not fair, is it?
The lefty serve here to contend with.
So both of these Indian players have played at slam level before. Neduncezhian has played all 4, been to the second round of the Australian Open in 2023. Has actually made the doubles final here in 2018. Prashanth played the AO in 2024 and his first appearance at a slam.
Yeah, great work there. Really set up from the get-go, serving into the body of Yuzuki. And when you're playing against tall players, just trying to block them up, handcuff them as much as possible, whereas you could see Yuzuki just couldn't get a play on the shot. Set up Prashanth perfectly at net.
Good athleticism. 2 set points for this Indian pairing. Done it in quick time. Final match of the day here. The Sichuan International Tennis Centre. Brilliantly done by Vijay Sundar Prashanth. Nets the volley and puts it away. And Jivan Nedanchezian and himself, Prashanth, they have won the first set 6-2. They've got 1 foot on the plane to Melbourne.
The timing of Vijay Prashanth has just been impeccable out there on court. There's so many times where I think, putting myself in Yuzuki's mind there a little bit, he's returning, he almost doesn't go across his body down the line. He almost thinks that Prashanth is going to be standing there, but he just moves last second and he's like a cat.
Very light on his feet too, isn't he?
India, we spoke before, has such a rich, and Japan has such a rich culture in doubles expertise, and again, a lot of it's been down to not having enough court space sometimes and having too many players on court. If you look at a lot of the Indian juniors coming through and Japanese, they are phenomenal at doubles. Their level of understanding of doubles at such a young age is a very experienced level. Coaches do a phenomenal job of getting them playing a lot of different formations, and they partner up very well with their game styles.
Yeah, we were talking about doubles players from India as well, and we mentioned Bhupati Pays Bapana, but also Sanya Mirza is another one that we didn't mention, but she paved the way a lot as well. She was very good at singles. Injuries probably plagued her and moved into the doubles arena, but it allows you to keep your career going, doesn't it? We see so many players transition into the doubles arena and have a lot of success.
It's just a longevity, and also from a prize money perspective, it keeps these players travelling. And this is why it's so important. Financially, there's a lot to gain for them these days, playing on the tour and really making it as a top 100 doubles player on the tour is huge. We saw Storm Hunter reach #1 doubles position earlier in the year, and Storm, I've known for quite some time, was plagued by injury and really couldn't get a full year of health when she was a little younger, and then ended up opting to play doubles, and it completely changed her career.
Yep, and then made the 3rd round of the AO in singles this year. Was brilliant, and then just devastatingly that ACL.
Yes, and she's back on court, which is good to see, but I think more of the opinion of, from a well-being perspective, again, it's just, you have a great time playing with someone else on court. It's not so individual. It just creates a little bit more balance.
She's an absolute star of a human, Storm Hunter. We wish her all the best in her recovery and return to tennis.
He's back to where he began. First set with an opening ace.
Well, they need it, because Watanabe and Yuzuki have not enjoyed the back part of that first set. They didn't enjoy that either, but Prashanth did.
Held that on the string so well, didn't he, Prashanth? Just guided that one down the line.
And they've looked locked in from the get-go. Bit of a tricky opening service game for them, but since then, smooth sailing. Oh, that is absolutely supreme from both Prashanth and Nedanchezian. And sometimes if you don't laugh, you cry. And Watanabe is laughing right now. Not for the reason he wanted to be.
It's a tough smash. There's no contrast in the sky at the moment, so lights on. Hard to judge.
Just the retrieval skill, so good.
Amazing. Big point here coming up. Suki under pressure.
They don't want to succumb to a break in the opening game of the set. And I'll just put them even further on the back foot. Serve is a weapon.
Oh, sort of great opening there down the line. Been pretty good play there. Prashanth opting to take the deciding point.
Do get the hold. Was desperately needed to start this second stanza.
He went after that second serve, didn't he? It didn't pay off in the first set. A couple of times he tried to increase the pace on the second serve and resulted in double fault, but that time really paying off. And you can always see that's a result of all the good work the Indian pair are doing, just creating pressure and making them feel like they have to come up with the goods every time.
But that's what it is. It is about creating. And you mentioned it in the last match, perceived pressure. And they're just applying it and they're getting into everything. It's like a cat into a small space.
They're magnetised to that tennis ball at the moment.
And they're serving extremely well as well. They're just putting the ball into the right areas. They're not worrying about getting it too quick. And it's all about the placement. That's why, Roger Federer never had the biggest serve. Look at where he's standing here, Prashanth.
And he would have employed that to confuse Watanabe a little bit on his return.
Confuse me up here.
He's broken every rule in the doubles book there. He's allowed.
But you don't recommend it?
Oh, I think he's using it as a bit of a change-up. I mean, it really depends on what you're trying to achieve. Great drive, forehand drive volley there. Taking that out of the air. Not always an easy shot to time, but he just does it with such great timing here.
Flying at the moment. Untroubled on serve. Nedenchezyan and Prashanth. 6-2 and 1-1 in the second. They're so close to their first major as a pair.
Conditions will be cooling down down in the centre court right now. Doesn't benefit players like Yuzuki who want to get as much pace out of the ball as they can. You really have to work for it when the conditions get a little cooler.
Oh, that's brilliant. Well, at least he can see the funny side of it. Let's have a look at this on the replay. It was a brilliant shot. And a little...
cheeky angle there.
Yeah. A little about time. And a quick hold. Much needed one after the first game was very tricky. Japanese pairing hold their slender lead. It's on serve, second set. Only 2-1, but the first set went the way of the Indian top seeds. 6 games to 2. So Jeevan, Ned and Chezian, and Vijay Sundar Prashanth serving to get it back on serve and or to keep it on serve and level pegging. Both have played at Grand Slam level before, but never as a team. Looking to do that for the first time in January.
Just out of the reach there of Prashanth on the smash. No, he was able to do it, just dig that one up and put it in an awkward position.
The good reflexes there from Watanabe to sort of fly swat the ball away. He's loving life out there. Look at him. He's having the best time.
I think they're very grateful to be in the final at the moment. They're enjoying their experience.
So, looking untroubled on serve for the majority of the match, and now all of a sudden, love 30. And an opportunity for this Japanese pairing of Watanabe and Yuzuki to claim an unlikely break.
Gets that one away. They lead at that point here. Great hands once again. Just easy overhead there for Prashanth.
He's kept the position there of the shot and he's given them a break point. Yes, it clipped the net, but rocketed past. And now he does apologise.
a bit of a character, isn't he?
Yep. Ito Watanabe, 15-40, 2 break point opportunities for the Japanese. Only needed the one. Watanabe points at Yuzuki and says, "Well done, my man." Now he's running over to him to give him some congratulations, because that was a great return. They've got a break.
Solid game, wasn't it? And this is a fantastic return on the stretch. They just got all the momentum a little bit at the moment.
Came out of nowhere, though. Looking so untroubled on serve, Nedim Chezian and Prashanth.
Another great serve into the body.
I think what's been good is that Watanabe and Yuzuki have mentally kept up. You know, they're laughing, they're having fun out there, and you start to drop your shoulders, that's when things get worse for you. He's flying at the moment, Saito Watanabe.
And you see Prashanth just trying to keep on his balls of his feet, trying to keep his energy up. They're serving very well, Yuzuki here.
Watanabe again. Puts it away after a good serve from Yuzuki. We'll set it up for him.
All 3 first serves have gone in here. Makes a huge difference when you serve at the speeds of Yuzuki.
Another love hold. 9 straight points on serve now for the Japanese pairing. And they are motoring along in set number 2, having lost the first 6-2. They lead 4-1 in the second. Are we on our way to a match tiebreak? Brilliant conversion and clinically put away.
It can be kind of funny, can't it? Yeah, the number 1 seed, you probably expect to win this, and you come across an unseeded pair who are having a great run here at this tournament and also in this set, who are, you know, smiling, having some fun, and then you've got the other pair that are probably a little more locked in and, well, what seems a little bit more locked in and serious. But sometimes just finding that balance of enjoying the moment can really relax you in situations like this, and you end up playing some of your best tennis. Which right now, the Japanese pair are really showcasing some great tennis.
Just need to get themselves on the board now. Get it back to 4-2, keep it at 1 break. It's the advantage serving first, because when you get that 4-1 lead in 3 games, it always looks much better. I don't know what it is, I think it's just that bigger gap.
Oh, got him there. In the chest almost, I think.
Yeah, they're making inroads. And a lot of the doubles teams, the seeded players got buys through the opening rounds. There's one instance of the top seed getting a bye through their first 2 matches, but Watanabe and Yuzuki have played every match so far. Two of which have gone to match tie breaks.
They're on a roll right now. They're unstoppable.
Funnily, those 2 matches that have gone to match tie breaks, the last 2 matches in the quarter and the semi, they've lost the first set. And what's happened here.
Could be part of their lucky charm.
Or they just toy with their opponents. He's grabbing at his thigh there, or hip, groin.
Left hip flexor. Looks to be giving him some trouble. You were close.
There's a reason. There's a reason why.
Out of the 3 options, you could nail one of them.
There's a reason why I didn't do science or physical education.
Oh, it was actually not a bad option there. And Chezian had moved across.
Yeah, there's a reason I failed middle school science, Betty. Was no good. That's why I stuck to English and talking. Thank God for Google, hey?
We'll get to the bottom of it. We'll get real specific once we figure out where he's pointing.
Yep. Yeah, you can tell me the exact muscle. Good for their confidence now, just to get themselves back on the score sheet. Chezian and Prashanth still stretching out there, Watanabe. They do get the hold. Top seeds.
Interesting to see how Watanabe approaches this service game. He looks like he's sort of actually pointing that left hip, so when he's loading up on serve, whether that will affect his service motion or not.
We'll see now.
Great volley.
Serve looked okay.
Yeah, brilliant volley here. Really no chance getting that back.
Just needs to hold out for another 20 minutes or so.
If you're the Indian pair here, really, you need to start to bring a little bit more energy on the court, as we're trying to see both of them are bouncing up and down. Quick game here for Watanabe.
Didn't quite hear what happened there. No harm done. And a hold for 5-2. This team just steamrolling away in this second stanza. They've been sensational in every department of their games. They lead it in the second set, 5-2, having lost the first 6-2.
Yeah, they've really been able to turn things around, and you can see why they've done so well this week to get themselves in this position. And now you alluded to the tough tiebreak matches that they've won this week, and having those sorts of matches behind you, getting them under your belt, really serves a huge benefit in moments like this, where you know what you're made out of in under pressure, and you know that you can win these bigger matches and moments. So be going into this feeling pretty confident.
An enjoyable watch in this second set. The exuberance is really on show from the Japanese pairing, and not had the longest of careers. Yuzuki, age 26, and Watanabe, 23. Well, they've won 2 challenger titles this year as a pair. Watanabe still stretching out that hip flexor. So it's obviously causing some sort of discomfort. Keep an eye on that as we move possibly towards another match tiebreak.
It seemed like he was a little bit too far away there with his footwork, didn't quite get his feet moving through that volley.
Can't believe the way this set has changed, or this match has changed. It's the complete opposite way in the first. Too good.
Impressive overhead there. You find that angle. That's not an easy shot. It looks easy, but it really isn't. Judging the height of that ball and then timing it the way Yuzuki has. It's, you can see here, this was difficult to time. And then going into a pitch black sky. He's done well there.
Umpire's chair. Got a test there? Sure, what, maybe there was some damage, who knows? All okay. You can hit the microphone as well.
Well in this game. Hang in here. Japanese duo just doing a much better job this set, making returns, putting the pressure back on Indian pair.
Can they make them serve out the set? Just have to ask your opponents that question.
I think that's a good play. Just confusing Yuzuki on the return. The I formation is just used to break up that autopilot returning. That happens sometimes where players end up not moving enough at net and not making the opponent, not making the returner think. So at that time I thought it was a really good strategy.
And all of a sudden, it's a game point and set point. So if this point does go the way of the Japanese pairing, we're going to a match tiebreak to decide who makes the flight to Melbourne.
Returned well. Watanabe.
They got it. Takeru Yuzuki, that is sensational. And the second set goes the way of the unseeded Japanese pair, who from nowhere have forced a match tiebreak. They win the second set 6-2.
Incredible set by the Japanese duo. Have a look at the second set doubles stats. 85% of first serves in. That was a huge stat there for the Japanese pair, winning 88%. So that has been a big difference there in the second set, and 67% of second serve points won. Absolutely huge, and obviously taking those 2 breakpoint opportunities, serving being the key in that, winning that second set. I'm pretty thrilled with those stats. 2 aces to 1. 30-minute set. It's all on the racket of the Japanese.
27 points to 15 too.
It was incredible set.
Yeah, what a way to turn it around. The Indian pair were just all over them. And all of a sudden, Seita Watanabe and Takeru Yuzuki.
Great hands on that set point. He read that so well, putting himself in all the right positions on the court.
A little energizer bunny, isn't he? Seita Watanabe, and Yuzuki will serve first.
First point to the Japanese. Holding serve's going to be crucial. Both teams here.
Having Yuzuki's big serve is definitely going to help. First to 10, win by 2. That's what we're playing to.
Looking out for any strategic changes here by the Indian pair to try and throw off the high quality returning from Watanabe.
Brilliant return. Smack the forehand, and all of a sudden they've got the mini break, and the smile has not come off his face.
Laser beam forehand, wasn't it? Struck with conviction, really enjoying it out there.
Well, like we saw in the last match, here's the replay. That is...
So we were unaware whether that had gone in, but he's just clipped the line. Incredible return.
And like the last match between Pyeongtan Plipuch and Seo Chae-yi, team gets off to a great start. 4-0. Deft hands from Takeru Yuzuki, and all of a sudden the match has just completely sipped away from Jivan Nedenchezian and Vijay Sundar Prashanth. 4-0 to the good, the Japanese pair. Unseeded. Come from a set down twice in a row. Can they do it a third time?
On fire right now. Nothing.
They can't miss, Betty. They cannot miss.
It's really relaxed, aren't they? They're just almost like, well, are we meant to be here? We're not sure. We're in the final and we're going to give it a good crack. I'm loving what I'm seeing out here.
Well, they're 5 points away from plane to Melbourne.
Great serve there. And Chezian, he really needed that. But it's interesting, they keep serving into the forehand of Watanabe, and he's passed them quite a few times. And as a lefty, I think obviously as doubles, you want to be serving down the tee, body. Obviously not trying to give up too many angles to your opponent, but I think as a lefty, you have the advantage of also swinging that serve out wide and changing things up.
Here at the Chengdu International Tennis Centre. Could be one of their favourite cities at the end of today, because they might be on their way to a Grand Slam. Massive return.
6-1.
They can almost do no wrong.
Well, that was a well-struck forehand, wasn't it? Again, he's not sure moving on this forehand here is ideal.
Like a flamingo, had the little kick of the knee and slapped it down the line. That's good.
6-2. Watanabe, Jung.
Be trying to bridge this gap right now. Volley there by Yuzuki, probably not enough. Great movement from Nadine Chezian.
Bang!
7-2. Watanabe, Jung.
When you've got weapons like that, so hard to get the mini breaks back. And they have just lifted. It's been an inspired performance. It really has been. Not over yet. 5 points can evaporate just like that, but they have been magnificent since the end of that first set.
Opportunity miss there. He's quite disappointed with that miss. Almost a regulation volley, I would have thought, for Nadine Chezian, right on top of the net.
That's the stuff they were making earlier. And they are 2 points away now, this Japanese pairing. Unseeded. And they might storm the whole field. Absolutely sensational.
That was huge. Just smashing that forehand up the line.
7 match points. 7 championship points. 7 wildcard points. Japanese joy for Seita Watanabe and Takeru Yuzuki. They are going to the Australian Open in January, and you can see how much it means to them. The unseeded pairing, they can't quite believe it. 3 matches in a row where they've lost the first set, and 3 matches in a row where they've come from behind in a never say die attitude and won in a match tiebreak. It was inspired, it was clinical, it was ruthless, Betty Sekulovsky.
It was an amazing performance, and one that they'll remember forever. That was just an incredible way to finish that doubles, and you can see the joy on their faces. Yuzuki. Disbelief, absolute disbelief. lot joy in their faces. Doubles, you just never know how it's going to end up. The opportunities come and go, but the Japanese duo are just really stepping up there in the super tiebreaker and getting off to a handy lead. We've seen this time and time again today, the signing of the AO2025 tennis ball. Everyone wants one. A happy fan right there. Launching them into the crowd. Oh, we've lost one. I'm getting a lot of fans in Melbourne, a lot of the Japanese love to come out for the Australian Open and just cheer on this duo. Let me throw this down to Val Febo presenting. We go down to the ceremony with Val Febo.
Good evening and welcome to the Wildcard presentation for the men's doubles final here at the Australian Open 2025 Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff.
女士们、先生们，晚上好！欢迎大家来到2025澳大利亚网球公开赛亚太区外卡赛男子双打决赛的颁奖现场。
Please show your appreciation with another round of applause for today's finalists.
请再次把你们的掌声和欢呼声送给今天参加决赛的两组选手。
We would like to thank the chair umpire for this match, Liang Bao from China.
同时，也感谢本场比赛的主裁判来自中国的鲍亮。
Before we get to the presenting of the Australian Open 2025 Wildcard, Tennis Australia would like to thank.
在颁奖仪式正式开始之前，澳大利亚网球协会还要由衷的感谢
the China Tennis Association, Sichuan Sports Bureau, Chengdu Sports Bureau, Shuangliu District Bureau of Culture, Radio, Television, Sports and Tourism, Luzhou Laojiao, Sichuan Tennis Association and Sichuan Investment International Tennis Centre, all Australian Open sponsors, players, coaches, staff, officials, volunteers and ball kids for their involvement in the Australian Open 2025 Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff.
中国网球协会、四川省体育局、成都市体育局、双流区文化广电体育和旅游局、泸州老窖、四川省网球协会、川头国际网球中心以及澳大利亚网球公开赛的赞助商、球员、教练、员工、官员以及志愿者们，感谢你们对2025澳大利亚网球公开赛亚太区外卡赛的参与和贡献。
Here to assist with the presentation, please welcome the following special guests.
下面有请参与到本场颁奖仪式的嘉宾，他们是
Mr. Yu Huawei, Deputy Secretary of the Party Committee of Sichuan Investment International Tennis Centre Development Co. Limited.
四川川头国际网球中心开发有限责任公司党委副书记、纪委书记于华伟先生。
Ms. Bai Lei, Executive Director of Sichuan Investment International Tennis Centre Development Co. Limited.
川头国际网球中心开发有限责任公司党委书记、执行董事白磊女士。
Mr. Wayne McEwen, Tournament Referee of Australian Open 2025.
裁判长韦恩麦凯文先生。
And finally, Mr. Todd Woodbridge, Tournament Director of the Australian Open 2025 Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff.
澳网外卡赛赛事总监托德·伍德布雷奇先生。
Please welcome our finalists for today, Jeevan Neduncesian and Vijay Sundar Prashanth from India.
有请获得男子双打亚军的选手，来自印度的纳顿·查兹延和普拉尚特。
And now to present the flowers to our finalists, Mr. Yu Huawei and Ms. Bai Lei to present a gift.
有请于华伟先生和白磊女士为选手送上鲜花和礼品。
And to our winners, Seita Watanabe and Takeru Yuzuki from Japan.
现在有请获得男子双打的冠军，来自日本的渡边胜太和柚木武。
And here to present flowers to our winners, Mr. Yu Huawei and Miss Bailey to present a gift.
有请于华伟先生和白蕾女士为选手送上鲜花和礼品。
And here to present Seita Watanabe and Takeru Yuzuki with their 2025 Australian Open accreditation is Mr. Todd Woodbridge, Tournament Director.
现在有请澳网外卡赛赛事总监托德·伍德布雷奇为两位选手颁发2025澳大利亚网球公开赛外卡。
And congratulations to our finalists here once again, and good luck to our winners at Melbourne Park at the Australian Open in 2025. Thanks again to all the special guests today. Good evening and thank you.
让我们再次祝贺今天登场的两组选手，同时也祝我们的冠军好运。期待你们在2025澳大利亚网球公开赛的精彩表现。那以上就是本次颁奖仪式的所有内容了，感谢各位的到来。
And if we could please ask all the players to come forward for photos, we will bid you good night and we'll see you tomorrow for the singles finals here at the 2025 Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Playoff. Thank you.
现在也有请所有的球员和颁奖嘉宾来到前方的成都标志进行合影留念，也请球童举起手中的礼花筒，也请摄影老师准备记录好这一美好的瞬间。
女士们、先生们，中心球场全天比赛结束，感谢您的持续关注。
I hope you enjoyed the coverage of the Super Saturday of tennis and here in Chengdu. We look forward to your company tomorrow for the men's and women's singles final, which will be a treat. Thank you and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.